Okay, we're back for round two of Is Technology Working today? And we have Lachette. So hopefully y'all can hear me because she can hear me. So if there's anyone in the chats, I'd really appreciate y'all letting me know if you can hear both of us, okay?
Yes.
How are
Good
you
morning.
doing, this lady?
I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. I just woke up not too long ago. So I just like washed my face, in the bathroom of course. And I set some tea up to steep.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing too. Drinking some tea. I just got up myself and I'm just like, it's too early in the morning for technical things for my brain to have to be working so
Oh my
much.
goodness. You go through it. My laptop, I'm not on my laptop right now, but sometimes it's just like, no, we're gonna be muted for no discernible reason.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with things sometimes. It does that with these streams though. I have that with StreamYard and I have that with Restream every now and then. But it says that my camera is connected, so I'm not exactly sure why I would have that. But then I don't even know if this is the same stream because I cut it and went back. So let me
Um,
double check and make sure this one's live. But you have the link on here, so
yeah, I
it's
never
always
left.
something. It's always
So
something.
I was
My
oh, you
camera's
said
connected. Okay, sorry. Okay, that's working. It's working. Oh,
it's the same.
and now this isn't. There we go. Okay, sorry.
It's the same stream.
I can't hear you. Say that again.
So it's the same stream.
Yeah, it's the same stream. I still sent the link to myself to maybe put in the group thing, but it's the same link as before that you have that's on here. I just did like a copy link and then put it
Yeah.
on there, so maybe that's the reason. I'm not sure. So
Mhm.
pain in the
Mitch,
paticus. So what have you been up to?
what have I been up to? Not a lot, just working and I did all those Mama Award videos randomly. Uh,
Can you turn your volume up a bit? I don't know why I'm having a hard time hearing you.
my volume is all the way up. I might be
Oh,
moving my
okay. It's probably just mine. Let me turn
side.
mine on. I don't want to seem like I'm screaming, so I don't know. I always turn mine half up, so maybe it's mine. Okay, go
Yeah.
ahead.
I just been working. I did those Mama Award videos randomly because I got the urge, and I said, why not film it? And if I'm filming it, it's going up because I can't just have these videos on my phone taking up space.
A lot of work, right?
Yeah.
When's the actual mama? If I'm saying
Oh,
that right, that is the actual
yeah.
word.
It happened this weekend. They're over now.
Oh, okay. Did the people you predict win?
Not really, but
That's how it always is, right?
it's not science.
Yeah.
But I wasn't surprised by any winners as a fan of the music. I wasn't shocked. So yeah, it was a fun little exercise to share with the internet. Um, what I was doing was talking about how I looked up recently uh how to clean books.
How to think? What
Um,
books?
clean books.
Oh, clean. Okay.
Yeah. So the tea my tea is steeping right now. I put it together. It's a herbal tea. So like I put the herbs together myself
Mhm.
because allergies. I just found out I have 4 new allergies. Yay! And
Gotta love it,
most
right?
of the old ones have gone away. But one that I've had forever is dust mites, and
Yeah, that's pretty common too.
yeah, I have this what I call a slant in my room. That's what I was showing with the tour. Um, and I had put floating bookshelves on it years and years ago, like over a decade, and it's a dust catcher.
Hmm.
And I clean it, but the books I have on there are more like reference materials, so I take one off when I need it and I put it back. And a while ago, like many years ago, it would get hot in the winter, and so my walls would sweat. And
Oh man, don't you hate that? Mine that happens to me here.
yeah, so because of this slant thing, that it's floating bookshelves, so that wasn't a good combination of dust and
As long as it's
moisture.
not right above your bed too, because that happens sometimes when
Yeah,
it's right above the bed and it's going right in your face when you sleep. That used to
no,
happen
no,
to me.
no, thank goodness. But I was like, I need to actually clean some of these books, so I've been looking at that. Um, cause yeah, they're not looking too great.
It's always good to do a little cleaning and figuring out what's going on with your house and all that stuff. Ugh,
Yeah,
I'm
yes.
in the process of going through everything we got. So that is a pain in the butt. I don't know why I can't
Actually,
send this stream.
I
This is
think
not
I
my
can.
day, y'all.
It's
I
all
keep
right.
trying to send the link and instead it keeps sending a screenshot of some conversation.
That
People don't
is
need to know that.
weird. That's weird. Hold on, I'll show you guys the slant so you can understand what I'm looking at here.
Is that
So this
sideways or is that no? No,
no,
that's
this is
oh,
mm.
that's interesting.
So what it is because outside, sorry, I have my screen. Right, there's a window above it and right next to me, and it's just a doorway outside where steps go down and underneath my room to the
Uh-huh.
back, where the super lives. So I mean, I wish it wasn't there, then I would have more space in my room, but tis what tis, you
Yeah.
know. So like, because I put floating shelves, the books actually lean on the wall instead of like a bookcase where there would be a back protecting them from, the dust and moisture and that kind of thing. So that's why I'm like, I need to figure out how to deep clean some books. Some of these I'll probably get rid of. I don't need them like that, but others I'm like,
So is a lot of moisture in them or is it more dust?
it's more dust at this point. It hasn't gotten moisture in a couple of years, but some of them did. I just at the time I was young, probably in my early 20s, I didn't, put two and two together because I clean it. It almost always gets dust on it.
Yes.
Um, just because it sticks out from the regular wall. So I go in with the Swiffer every once in a while, a couple times a month. But yeah, I didn't realize like the books, like I said, moisture plus dust. I was like, I think
It
I
can
might
be a
have to do
pain in the butt, I tell you, girl. Mm.
yeah. So it gets worse, as it gets cold, my dust allergy. So I'm like, that's the biggest dust catcher in my room, and there's nothing I can do about it. Can't move it, can't do anything. So I just have to like be more vigilant. Um, so I'm not randomly crying. So yeah, you guys
It'd be
like
like
my
tears.
eyes just because of allergies. So I'm gonna grab
I
my
saw
tea.
this thing once that talked about one of the biggest dust collectors that people don't think about is um, uh, well, those artificial plants. Because a lot of people have them, but those leaves collect a lot of dust. So they said if you
Yeah.
have a lot of those in your house and you constantly sneezing, it might be those plants.
Yes. Thankfully, I do not have any of those. I can't be bothered to clean them off. I do have plants, and regular plants collect dust too.
They do. That's true. That's
Mhm.
true. That's true.
And the bigger the leaves are, like you got to dust your plants, just like wipe off the leaves.
I'd be like, look, can I have it by the door or something? Put it outside and let Mother Nature blow through it.
Yeah.
Mm. Let's see. Okay, so Midge said she heard us. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Christopher says hello to us. Awesome. Hey, Elena, how are you doing today? This is Lachette here. Dee Dee's actually filming. When I was having difficulty getting on, I went to go ahead and went to NetGalley and was checking out Dee Dee since I didn't have a chance to support before. But she is currently in a 50-minute sprint. So it's probably like 45 or something right now. So
Mhm.
Net Galley November is definitely still going on. I am a host, though I've not been on screen a lot. But you know what? It is what it is. It's been very busy.
It's okay.
Hello, Mama Jaleesa. How are you doing, lovely lady? Thank you for coming. I'm so sorry for the technical difficulty this morning. It was me getting into Restream. It was acting very slow. And then while I was late, I was in it on time for 8:30, but I was having difficulty with trying to figure out how to share a screen without it
Mhm.
automatically sharing. I guess they did some new wonky patch, and
Oh.
I'm not able to like not automatically share a screen. Like, if you have a timer and you want to have a stream on, it
Yeah.
automatically comes in and it's the first thing. So it like overrides my face and puts me in a corner. I don't know.
Wow.
So I'm gonna have to figure that out on my off time. So we'll just improvise today and I'll share last
Okay.
minute or something. I don't know.
Mm.
Craziness. But what are you reading today, Mama Jaleesa? What's going on? Hey, Amy, how are you doing, Miss Blossom Lady? What is going on? I love the border breaker. I know this one's pretty. I've
Mhm.
been seeing a lot of people using it. I think, let's share. What do you use? Restream, StreamYard, or something else?
I use both. I haven't used Restream in a minute though. I've been using StreamYard and just that orange background.
Yeah. See, I like Restream because you have so many things that are built in for free. Like you have unlimited time that you can, utilize, and you have a lot of pretty backgrounds like this one. They put on quite a number of backgrounds last month, and I noticed, like I said, I've been very busy going out of town and stuff, so I haven't really had much time to be on here. But apparently, in the last week and a half, they've done this little patch, and I'm looking right now at like a lot of the little things they got going on, and they have definitely changed up some stuff. Like I'm scrolling through right now, just I guess you have different options for text that you want to do, so that's cool. But a lot
Hmm.
of the backgrounds and videos and graphics that they used to give you access to are gone. So I'm wondering if so many people are catching on that now they're like, nah, you want something cool, you got to pay. Like you still have
Yeah.
all these cool backgrounds, although they added quite a number last month, and it looks like they took all of them away. And this is the only new one, which is definitely beautiful. I've seen a few people use it, but there was some graphics they had like what do you call them? Like there were videos or whatever that you can use on here, like timer
Oh,
videos that you can
yeah.
use, like to be in the front. They're all gone. They don't even have them. So I'm like,
Well,
what
maybe
did y'all do? Hmm?
because someone has to make these, and maybe they're like renting them. It's
I don't know. Just like with
yeah.
the branding at the bottom, I'm looking now. I'm looking at the design. For anybody that uses Restream, look at the design aspect. But like even the branding. Oh, well, hold up. I see music here. Well, that's even changed a bit. But they used to have this thing called like branding where you can have all these different options, and that entire
Yeah.
tab is taken away.
Mm,
So I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's I don't know. It's
yeah.
interesting though. That's one of the things that I really liked is that you had a lot of option. I mean, you still have these pretty cool backgrounds,
Mhm.
so I'm okay with that. I mean, this is the only new one. The other ones are the older ones, but they're still working. They're nice. But all the videos that you can use, like intros and outros and stuff, completely
Yeah.
gone.
Oh, I didn't
So
even get
we shall
to
see.
try them.
Say again?
I didn't even get a chance to try those.
Yeah.
Those.
They had some really cool ones for spooky season that came up. Some weren't spooky, but others were. So I don't know if maybe that was the season that, they bought them on and was limited time. But then it's like, are you going to give us some more for Christmas? And I definitely don't see any for Thanksgiving. So I'm not sure, but beggars can't be choosers. This is free, so I don't want to complain. But I
Yeah.
just was like, what is going on with me trying to get in here and try to figure out how to flip screen? Like the whole, I want to share my screen, but I want to enable it at the time I enable it. It's so weird that they took that off. So it's like you have to have another screen and finagle it when it comes time. So we'll figure it out. Figure it out.
That's
Um,
interesting.
Hello, how are you doing, Ellen? What's going on today? Hey, Laura. Hello, hello. Loitering because I'm not feeling well. Ooh, sorry to hear. There has been sickness going around. Resting Reading, Withered by Ega Wilmot, queer
It's,
indie horror. Say
I
again?
think it's AGA. I see dots between the letters.
Yeah, I'm assuming that's a long name. Let us know what AGA. I'm gonna say AGA, but what does AGA stand for? Like uh what I'm gonna say Arthur Jerome Augustus. No, I'm kidding. Let us know what AGA stands for. But it's a queer indie horror and it's really good time. I love a good horror book. I will say that. I have
Enjoy.
some stuff to do and I say, oh, thank you very much for coming by. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Be productive today for sure. I need to be too. Amy says, been a difficult week for ups and downs. Tried to film clips, but my headspace is just not in due to the sudden death of a close friend in my health. Oh, I'm sorry to hear. Ooh, I
Yeah,
know
I'm
that is
sorry.
definitely tough. Take the time you need. Sometimes taking some solace in your books will help you out. You don't necessarily have to be like around, the community or whatnot. But I feel like this community started with our love of books and something we enjoy as an outlet. So, that don't necessarily have to always be on camera. So, but I wish you luck with everything. Many blessings to your family, that person's family, or whatnot. Okay. I mean, if you don't feel like vlogging, then don't. I tell you, I have some stuff I have filmed, and I was just like, I don't feel like completing it. I'm probably not going to. It's just been
Yeah.
too much things going on. Like I have boot camp readathon in January, right? And yeah, but I haven't really done much with it. I'm gonna do a bingo card. I'm gonna knock that out in the next week and a half. Um,
Okay.
and put something up. But it's like I want to do co-host and sprints and stuff. But my issue is that I'm going to be starting a new job, which is going to have different hours. So I right now can't commit to when sprints are because I
Oh,
don't know. So and so it's like I don't want to commit to things that I can't. Because like with NetGalley November, I mean
mm,
I'm still a host. I'm around. I've been in a lot of the sprints like in the background, but the last 2 weeks have totally just so much stuff has just popped up that like the sprints that I committed to, I've had to be like, hey, can somebody take over? Yeah.
oh,
But
well,
luckily I did, huh?
life be life, and
It does. But luckily though, with NetGalley November, there's a lot of hosts that have a lot more time than I do. And I didn't pick up a whole lot of sprints anyway. Like I don't sprint like most days. So it wasn't that big of a deal. I think people were able to cover down, but I just don't want to commit to some stuff and I can't. So I need to get on the ball and just see if anybody wants to host so they can kind of at least keep that presence. And when I figure out my schedule, maybe I can just pop in. But it won't be as extensive. I love how they did NetGalley November, where
every day,
yeah, it's
every
every day,
day.
24 hours. That is a commitment. I commend Coda. I think it's Coda and Nicole from Dusty Book Sniffers are like the main kind of host. But I see Coda a lot. I see Coda, Nicole, and Dee Dee
Yeah.
like pretty much every day. So they've been and Paula. I mean, not to be disrespectful to any of the other hosts, but those are the ones that I see around pretty much every day, and I'm like, yo, I wish I could do it. I wanted to, but it's just,
I feel bad though, because I'm like, I don't use NetGalley and I don't really read new releases. So I'm just like swerved
yeah.
away from all of the sprints. That's why, I mean, no one sees me, or if I am, I don't comment. 'Cause For read along sprints, usually you're supposed to be reading, whatever the theme is or whatever the group book is. And I'm like, I'm not even close.
I
So,
mean, I feel like you should do what you want because I have popped into sprints and not been reading at all. Like even this sprint today, like I have too many things to do around the house. I'll be honest, I'm not gonna read unless I can somehow find an AI audio for this book, which I don't think I found thus far. But I mean, I've done like the Amazing Readathon, which was a really huge readathon people did last year. I
mhm.
was in those sprints day in, day out, and I didn't even participate. It seemed really cool. I wish I would have. I just had a lot going on, and I'd already committed to something else before I heard about it. How I
Yeah.
didn't hear about it in advance, I have no idea, as huge as it was. But I'm like, I'm not revamping what I already have planned. Because readathons can be a chore when you're trying to like do it right, you know?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I just pop in every once in a while because if I'm not reading or doing something reading related, I'm like I'm too distracted with
That's
sprints.
true.
Like I probably won't be as productive if I just, do the thing without being on YouTube at the same time. So
That's true. That is true. I find I have a lot of distractions when I try to sprint. And I try to sprint to keep me company when I'm doing things, but I do
yeah.
feel yes, sometimes it slows me down. But I've been making like in the last few months trying to have more of a concentrated effort to not be too distracted. But I'm trying to show support in when I'm around, especially if I'm supposed to be participating in a readathon and I'm not doing that because I've been busy. So for NetGalley November, even when I've been busy, I'll pop in. But what I will definitely say is that I'm not going to be active. Like I'll put it on, but
Mhm.
if I'm active and commenting and all, that means I am participating. I'm not as distracted for that 4 or 5 minutes or whatever. But if I'm not participating, sprints are on, but I'm not commenting. And I'll even come in randomly and say that, hey, I'm here, I'm lurking or I'm whatever, but I'm busy.
Mhm.
So I'm like, hey, we still got channel watch time and I'm in the chat, so you're not feeling like you're alone.
Yeah.
I do
I
that
mean, I
with yours
agree with
sometimes too. Like sometimes I just don't have the time to sit and like communicate with the chat so much. So I kind of get it in, know my presence, and then I'm like, okay, it's on. Sometimes I'll even mute it. I ain't gonna lie. Like on Saturdays and Sundays when I'm not busy and I'm doing things around the house, but
Mhm.
I'll put sprints on like pretty much all day. I'll put my computer on in the kitchen and I'll come back to it every now and then. And then if I have a conversation with my husband, I'll mute it. Sometimes I'll forget. It'll be on for 5 hours. I haven't said anything. Or I'll leave and go somewhere. And that's what's funny when somebody's on like an hour and a half sprint and I'll forget to mute it and I'll leave. And I'll come back. My husband's like, I thought somebody was breaking into the house because people just started talking. I was like, my bad, I forgot. I was like, that was
So,
Laura. That was Nicole talking. You should have said hi.
that's so
It's a
funny.
way of life now.
Mhm.
But yeah, it's definitely a distraction. I'm trying to be better at not having that distraction be so invasive. I'm getting better.
Mhm.
Laura, speaking of Laura, I have no
Mhm.
idea what the initials stand for. It's not on their website. They have another book available that says Andrew Wilmot, but another that I have no idea. Okay, maybe we'll just say Wilmot. But we got Andrew up in the mix, and it's a nice name. Kodo said he streamed 12 hours. Yes, that's a lot. I would
It
love
is.
to say I could do that. I think the longest I've done was I did 8 hours for my birthday like 2 years ago. But other than that, yeah, I'm a like a probably 4 hour max. Yeah,
Mhm.
just
Maybe
depending
if
on
I
what's
live
going on. Say again?
I I said maybe if I live by myself, but I don't, and yeah, I just get uncomfortable. I want to move and
Yeah,
or lay down.
that's true. That's true. Maybe you can do your chatty bits and then cut the camera and lay down or something. I don't know. Yeah, it's a pain. I've just had too much stuff going on. I was saying I was going to be on sprints like when I got out of town because I didn't have to worry about like my husband and taking time away from him in the house because I'm out of town and by myself. But I didn't get to that because it was so busy. I was like literally like running all over the place. And then by the time I got back to my room, I'm like, I'm tired. I want to take some stuff off. I want to put my bonnet on and I'm not being on camera. No, I just like, no, I'm no. So I was in the chats, but I just didn't work out the way I thought. I thought I'm gonna be on the screen. Like I was thinking, okay, I canceled my streams because I couldn't commit to the times because I didn't know my schedule. But I was thinking I would because I have the link. So I was thinking I would come in on other people's excuse me. And it didn't happen. So I just was in the chat. So I showed support. I just, wasn't on camera, but it would have been a great option because I wasn't distracted as much. I just was like exhausted. I didn't feel like I would be good company on screen. And my focus was I wanted to read to kind of detox from the day since I've been so busy. But when you're on stream, you have to talk. And even if it's multiple people, it's kind of rude when I'm like, look, don't talk to me because I want to read this book while y'all talking. So,
I totally understand.
yeah. So I was just like, man. Exactly, right. But I made a dent and I finished the book. I bought one book and I plan to finish it. I read it mostly on the plane there and back, but I finished the book. But if I would have got on stream, I would never have gotten that far. So I basically kept it on the sprint on a very low volume. And every once in a while I popped in to say some comments and then I put it low volume and continued reading in the background. Worked well. Lakota and Nicole are a beast.
Yeah.
After reading the same as what the sprints are, I don't normally be reading. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I say
Well,
you
I
can
don't
do what you
know.
want.
I don't know. I just, I try to stay like with the theme. I don't use NetGalley. I don't have a NetGalley account, so I'm like, I don't got, and I don't do what is that, arcs either. So I'm like,
Wait, what
sorry.
arts? What'd you say?
I said I don't do arcs either.
Oh,
So
arcs. Okay.
I'm like the most recent books are like a year or two old. So I'm like, I'm not with the theme at all for readathon.
No, I get you.
So that's why.
Yeah, I get you. I get you. And sometimes, I mean, that's the thing about when you do arcs and stuff. It's like you don't even know if it's really good because nobody else has really done it, like read it. So you can't even read reviews. So it's like, ugh. But yeah, this was pretty good though, because NetGalley, I could see her doing this one again because NetGalley probably provides some sponsorship because this was pretty big, especially the 24-hour.
Yeah.
I don't know any other readathons that has gone like a 24-hour all day, every day. But I commend them working that spreadsheet because I couldn't do it. I was considering something briefly before I realized I didn't have time to put it together for boot camp readathon, but I didn't even ask any host. I'm gonna just send them some emails, be like, hey, I want to do some sprints, do whatever you want. Maybe I'll create a little spreadsheet like I did last time, like an Excel document. So, but the thing is people have their own little time zones. And I'm like, look, it's up to y'all to extrapolate. I don't know. I can't commit though. That's the thing. I can't even say I can do sprints on Tuesdays because I don't know what my schedule's going to be like. I won't find out till the end of December.
Oh. Well, when you find out, you'll let us know.
Yeah. I'll be like, look, this is a freebie readathon for y'all to do what you want. Just make sure you go with the theme. Amy says, I think I have now taken a break for a little has been a good thing. I made a clip yesterday and it is noticeably easier. Life needs to move on. And yes, books are a great way to get through things. That is true. That's true.
Oh, for vlogs, Amy, like a good clip, just of you reading is fine too. Just put the camera in the corner and read as you normally would. You don't always have to be talking in a
Yeah.
vlog.
That is true. That is true. And keep in mind, like it's your channel and what you make of it and how you do it, So if you're going through a tough time and you just don't feel like doing some stuff, then don't, or if you do, you do. And it don't even have to be as extensive, Like I see people put together like hour and a half long vlogs. I have done some that are 5 minutes. you know. So yeah, good time. I'll watch either way. Okay. Christopher says, I'm cleaning and cooking during the talky part of the sprint, so not much commenting. That's true. I feel like there's so many different ways to support. So I'm in for whatever fashion people do. Like some people like I mean, I would like people to subscribe as a way of supporting at a bare minimum. Watching a video every now and then, I know you can't get to all of them, but watching a video every now and then is a great way to support the algorithm too. So I think at a
Mhm,
bare minimum people should do that, or participate in sprints. Like there's
mhm.
some channels that, I mean, I subscribe to everybody I talk to, but some channels, depending on the feed, because, I kind of go through what comes up in my feed or whatever, or if I remember somebody, I may go type it in if a thing come up. So you don't really know sometimes with some videos, but there's some channels that I'll like I just go to their sprints. Like I don't really watch videos on, or
Yeah,
very rarely, and then there's some that I, tend to catch some videos on more than all others, so it just varies. But, it's all about supporting the people and the content creators, so in whatever fashion you see fit, just engagement in some fashion, I think is a good thing. So if you're
yeah.
cleaning, because you got to clean your house, that person on camera sprinting is not going to come do it for you. So,
This is
uh,
no, they aren't.
exactly. I don't even want to clean my own house. I'm definitely not cleaning yours. So if you gotta not talk, hey, go right ahead. Sometimes I say hi, I send a smiley face, and might not hear from me for 3 hours. I ain't gonna lie, but I'm there. I try to pop in every now and then. I mean, people might not even notice, but I try to
Mhm.
pop in every now and then, just so you kind of know, hey, Courtney's still around. But unless I'm actively like commenting and we're going back and forth in the conversation, then trying to engage me in a conversation, is kind of difficult, I
Mhm.
tend to sprint during the day, which is why, like, I love what Paula does with the games and stuff. And I was thinking of adding not that, but I wanted to add something more interactive during my sprints. But the
Yeah,
thing is, during the day, people tend to be at work or doing other things. So sprints kind of
yeah,
like a secondary thing in the background. So trying
yeah.
to get that engagement generally hasn't worked for me. So that's the reason why I stopped
Oh,
adding that aspect into the sprints. But I do like my book that I completely forgot of what happens today. So I'm going to go get that. But I want to get to a sprint. Are you down for a sprint?
yes, yes.
Awesome. Let me get this timer
Mhm.
together. I'm going to do a 45. Is that good for you?
That is great for me. I'm gonna grab
Awesome.
my tea. I should have steeped long enough now.
Yeah, I need to get some food in too. Um, let's see. I'm trying to get this timer.
While you do that, I'm gonna read a chapter. This is a
Okay.
nonfiction tarot for the hard work.
Mhm.
I'm trying to read a chapter a day, so I'm like, I'm gonna read a chapter today, even in these sprints. Um, it's the author created this to help people who read tarot cards, like find ways to use it for activist purposes, and particularly racism activists so doing the hard work.
Gotta get the hard work in.
Yeah.
Amy's talking about how her contest has evolved. Holiday multiple month wrap up. Hey, you know what? Sometimes you got to put it all together at one time. I've actually considered that myself. Of instead of doing monthly wrap ups, just
Hmm.
do one big like quarterly and stuff.
Um,
And it may come to that. My new job's going to be a little bit busier. I still definitely plan to be around booktube, but
yeah.
sometimes I just don't have time for a video. Like right now I have a few videos in my head, but this week is so busy. I don't have time. Like I did one little small one when I was out of town. So
Hmm.
I didn't need to maybe cue that, and maybe like what I do is like, some people put multiple videos a week. I just don't have time for that. And truthfully, my reality is that with people being so busy and so many booktube videos out there, I don't think people have the time, if they are at all even watching my content, but they don't have time to watch 3 videos from me unless they're really short.
Yeah.
So I try to do one. So I may film a video and it might not come out for like another week. So I cue it so
Yeah.
I at least have like one sometimes. Um,
Oh,
But if that's the
That's
best I could do,
that's smart. I kind of view my channel in general as like video journaling to an
mhm,
extent. So like I am putting it out for me first,
yeah,
but
that's true.
especially the book is content that has no purpose except I need somewhere to jabber on about what I'm reading.
That's
And
true.
sometimes I know it's too long for like the algorithm and getting more people to watch, but I don't care. The point for me is to, like I said, yap, 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 because I have all these thoughts in my head
Yeah,
about what I've read. And so I'm just putting it out there. My other stuff, it's more of a business thing and supporting that and getting certain followers of that type. But it needs to fulfill me first. So
I
that's why I
completely
have
agree with you on that one.
yeah.
No, I feel you on that one. Your channel represents you and have a fashion. I try to be brief when it comes to it sometimes, but sometimes I feel like I'm an editing girl. Like that's one of those things, and that like I want it to be kind of manicured to a certain extent because I could be a little bit meticulous. So sometimes if
Mhm.
I like if I talk too much, I kind of stumble. And it just
I
varies.
know.
It just depends on how I feel. It's no rhyme or reason. But then I got to think about that time that it takes for me to edit and stuff because I do go back every once in a while and look to see how I presented it because I just to me it's kind of like an artistic thing in a way. Like it represents
Mhm.
me, but I kind of wanted to say exactly what I want. So sometimes I cut it brief for that because I talk about my books like to my husband and stuff and give more details, and I do written reviews. So I feel like I have a few different outlets in saying different things that maybe I might not necessarily say on camera. Otherwise, I'll be talking the whole day. Believe you me. So, but yeah, I feel you on that one. I think that you kind of present it in the way that you want and go out from there. But it is nice for people to look at it. I will say that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can't control other people. So control your
Mhm.
content in whatever way that you see fit. I say not to judge on how that. I just know kind of how I want to do it out there. I tried to do multiple videos a week and it just became a nightmare and I was stressed out. I was just like, I don't know. Christopher got some tarot up in the mix though. Alan's always a fun time. You ever check out Alan's channel, chat?
I have not. I haven't heard of this
Yeah,
channel.
he's really big into tarot and stuff and drawing and art and stuff. Hold on, let me get this
I'm
thing.
assuming, Christopher, you mean tarot for the hard work. So far, so good. I'm not super deep into it. She's doing a chapter for each of the major
Sorry,
arcana
I'm dealing with
going to
stuff.
the Empress. So it's pretty good. It's more like a workbook, but that's the point. Like um to do the hard work, to act, not just be all love and light. And I hope things change. Things only change if you do stuff. So yeah.
That is true. That is definitely true.
Is our
Okay, so
sprint
let's
ready?
say again.
Is our sprint ready?
It is. I was fiddling with these little layouts that they got going on. It's annoying, but I'm gonna get it to work. Okay, here we go. I got the 45 here. Let me go grab some breakfast. I feel like I'm
Yeah.
still not woken up yet. Okay, happy reading, y'all. See you in 45. Hello, hello, hello. There we go. There we go. Okay, how was that sprint for you? Can
Hello.
you? Oh, there you go.
Yeah, sorry, I was still muted.
Oh, no, you're good.
Uh,
How did that sprint go for you?
it went nicely. I got my tea and I read my chapter. Oh boy, I'm gonna mute because I hear sirens coming.
Don't you love that? I have to tell the husband, I'm like, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. Well, I did some packing, not as much as I wanted, but I had breakfast, did some packing, had some tea, made a little bit of a plan. Looks like I created more of a mess, but it's going iron. It's still there. And that's about it. No reading. I didn't even attempt to try to find audio. I just don't have time for that at this point. So I think just reading may not happen during the day today. Just sirens
Also,
have passed. So
oh,
got
we have.
sirens.
What is our question? What is your favorite Sunday morning ritual? Oh, sleeping in.
That's a good one. Cheers to that. Do I do it often? No, but cheers to that. Oh, oh. So, what'd you learn in your chapter of tarot?
um. So this chapter was about the Empress card and uh, how you can use that's archetype. Because these cards are made by people, human beings. They're not divine or anything like that. Uh, so the archetype is like kind of motherly and also um, about the earth and growth and focusing on love. So using that in uh, activist work and knowing yourself, taking care of yourself first. Before putting your energy out there for others and your activism. Sometimes in that Empress aspect, you would be the person on the front lines doing the work, and other times you know when to step back and support other people. And that support can be being a shoulder to lean on or an ear to listen, having food, making sure people who go out to protests have water and other supplies,
Support you.
um, and some other ideas being supporting community spaces, especially green ones like community gardens and that kind of thing. So yeah,
Sounds like
which
it's
was
all around being a good person and doing good things in the world. I like that. Putting out
I
good
mean, yeah,
energy.
that's what the whole book is. It's just breaking it down into certain archetypes. So like, what do we have before? One of the other chapters I had already read was the Fool, which is the first card, and it's like having that energy just to start. You don't need a plan. You just need to do, taking that first step, kind of thing. So yeah. We had a bunch of people at least stop by. I was gonna say join, but I think they stopped by because one is Dee Dee.
Trying to figure out where the thing is here. All right, there we go. We got okay, so Christopher was talking about the tarot cards and with Alan. And then Amy said she was going to pass by Alan's channel. He's a good time. He's a unique I mean, we're all unique, but he lives his truth on BookTube, and I like that. Like he don't sugarcoat stuff. And he just reached 1,000 subscribers. So I'm very excited about that for him. So, and he's been around quite a bit of time, so definitely well deserved. So show Alan some love. I'm just writing it.
I did a few minutes before we came back go and look at his channel. I didn't get to watch anything, but I looked so I know like what to go back for. Big hard books and something. Oh no, I forgot.
Yeah. Yeah, he's
YouTube
a
channel.
pretty good time. And what's cool about him is that he tends to do like a lot of shorter format videos. Like there's no editing, so you get what you
Yeah,
get, and I like that. Not unlike
yeah,
not like me, where I feel like I get OCD and I start like editing and make sure everything looks good. I've gotten better over time. I used to be real meticulous, like when I first started. And I'm like, I was not as crazy as I used to be, but
yeah. Same here. I
yeah.
used to do more, but I also had less videos then.
Mhm.
I used to edit out all my uhs and ums.
That
I
could be
still
a
have
pain,
those.
right?
Yes. I mean, one thing, and like I didn't notice it at first, but people have told me like I am a better speaker since starting my YouTube channel. And I mean, it's been 7 years and I've had various types of content, but I don't say uhs and ums as much.
Mhm.
And I'll just pause now and there'll just be a silence. I'll edit that out if it goes too long, but I'm like,
Hey, it is what it is when it comes to all that. It's how we talk. I think we kind of manicure it too much sometimes.
yeah.
But yeah, it all works out and evens out. But I
Mhm.
used to be real particular about that, and now not so much. Because I find that I'll be editing a video, I'll be gone, I'll be doing my thing, and then I get to one little part and I'll obsess over it. And I could take like an hour. It's like I'm not getting paid for any of that. Like it's just I don't have time for that. Like my whole goal right now is to take a video and try to edit it like 30 minutes to an hour. But if I find that I
Um,
keep like tripping over a video, like when I'm saying things, then I'll just
mhm.
stop and then like redo that. So that way I can have instead of piecemeal in a video, because I don't like it to be too choppy too. It's just a
um,
thing for when I look at it. I want to be able to be like,
yeah,
hey, because some of it is just me kind of seeing how I've improved from the beginning to now. But I'll just stop and then like retalk whatever segment so I can have long pauses between edits. It just makes me feel better about kind of what I put out there. So, I don't know.
yeah.
But also it
It's
makes me realize I can talk about my books more fluent than I have.
yeah. It's we have to find your style, and it changes over time, I
Mhm.
think. Um, one thing I also realized, video wise, more I think than maybe blogging and like Bookstagram and all of that stuff. It's a creative project. And when I have other creative projects or like I'm deep with work, which is me literally making stuff, um, I don't have the energy to be, fussy with my videos. I'm like, well, that's a long rambly bit and maybe I could refilm it or maybe I could chop it up so I'm not repeating myself, but I don't
Yeah.
have the energy. So click. Um and one thing I try to do is have books from the library, like physical copies now. I'm
Mhm.
more obsessive about that, even if I listen to the audio or read an ebook, because I don't want to have to edit in a picture of the book to the video. That's the extra step. So if I
Yeah.
just have one, I'm like, yeah, I didn't read this physically. I listened to the audio, but so I don't have to edit later.
You didn't even have to put that part in there.
Yeah.
No, I feel you
Um,
on that one. I'm the same way. Like I get annoyed when I have to add the thumbnail. But it is what
yeah.
it is. But trying to find it and all that stuff. But I definitely prefer to be able to find a book from a library to just
Yeah.
hold it up. It saves you that editing step, especially if you read a lot and then you still got
Yeah.
to add that. That can because you got to resize it and all that stuff. But
Yep.
but one trick I learned is when I'm like if you're doing a readathon, especially, and you're like pulling all
Yeah.
these books, figuring out when you find the book, go ahead and take your screenshots or whatever you do and size it then. And it's
Yeah.
done. Because a lot of times what I'll do is I'll go around looking for what I'm going to read, insert it into where I'm supposed to read it for the readathon and stuff. And then when I actually go to film, then I have to go back and refine stuff. And I'm like, I'm doing double work.
Um,
I already had it. Why didn't I
yeah.
keep it. So that's one of those things that at least has kind of saved me because
Yeah. For my
into the weeds.
thumbnails, that's the first thing I take. If I'm sitting down to
Mm-hmm.
film, the first thing I do is the photo. And my thumbnails used to be more work too. I'm
Mm-hmm.
going through different types, and now I'm just like, just the picture. Even if I don't have all the books or most of the books or any of the books, maybe I did all ebooks or whatever, and I just didn't get them out, or I had to return books. I'm just like, look, it's my face. I'm gonna put some text over here somewhere. But I take that first because I have done videos, and if I don't take the photo for the thumbnail, I forget. And
Mm-hmm.
then I'm like, oh crap. I done changed my clothes, days pass. Because I don't normally edit right the same day I film. So I'm like, oh damn. I'm not wearing the same clothes. My hair is not the same. I don't have those books anymore.
I'm
So
the same way, girl. I be forgetting though. You know, you film, I normally take it right after and I forget. So if I remember, it's about getting into a pattern. Sometimes I'm
yeah.
inconsistent because I'm rolling. Um, but yeah, if you take it like right before or right after, it's there. But even if it's something different, you know, it is what it is. But I'm
Yeah.
like you. I like things to match of the thumbnail you see versus what it is that you're getting. But some people
Yeah.
do. I've seen some I won't say what I've seen. I have to say that offline. But I've seen some stuff that I'm like, that's some clicking, what they call it, bait and switch or some stuff
Clickbait.
that I've seen some people do. Not necessarily with like clothes and things that they have on, but
Yeah.
you know, to sucker you into a thumbnail. Like,
All the titles and
yeah, but
things
no,
like
well,
that.
it's even pictures, you know, but it's not
Mhm.
necessarily like just booktube. It's in general that I've
Yeah.
seen a lot of just weird things that I'm just not okay with. Um,
Yeah.
we won't harp
That's
on that
how I
one, but
know the
still,
thumbnail matters. That's how I know the thumbnail matters because I'm like,
it
I see things
does.
and it puts me off, or I'm like
Yeah,
suspicious and doubtful, and I'm like, okay, remember this when you're making your
yeah,
thumbnail. Okay, if
yeah,
you don't like this, so don't.
yeah.
Um,
I don't
but
mind
yeah,
some blade. I don't mind some vague, like clicky type thing, but just some blatantly wrong. I
yeah.
don't like. Don't. I'll say this. Don't try to get into the diversity realm by putting
Oh,
something diverse on your thumbnail, and that is not you. Like that is not okay. Like I've seen that.
oh,
That's what I'm good at. Not just like a
oh.
clickbait title. I do that a little
Yeah,
bit. You know, I always put a hint
yeah.
on my thing, like my latest video. Um,
Mhm.
I forgot even what I put on it. But anyway, it was about my Kindle, but I have the Kindle and it's written on there. You already know it's a
Yeah,
book channel. You know, it's just a fun little title. But I'm talking about like I'm not gonna say I look blonde hair, blue eyes, and then you click on me, be like, hey, you know, I'm just
oh,
saying.
wow.
Yeah, I've
I have
seen some
not
stuff
come
like
across
that. And I've seen that on book too, but but
wow.
I've
I
seen
have
it in
not,
other
uh,
aspects.
had that experience yet, so I got nothing to say. Wow.
Yeah, some crazy stuff. But
I guess some people feel they gotta do what they gotta do to
I guess, but if I find that, I'm about to unsubscribe to you. I ain't gonna lie. I take
Mhm.
stuff like that very serious. Okay.
Yeah,
It'll be the last time you hear
yeah.
from me. But no, what was I about to say? Yeah, but there was somebody, I forgot who it was that says that, like you were saying, you forget the thumbnail. And they
Mhm.
said they just have like a stock photo of photos on their phone that they've taken, like over, not like a stock photo, but photos of themselves they've taken at different times. And then
Oh.
they just insert, you know, and make it work, you know. And that's fine. I generally don't do that. But
Mhm.
I have, because you know, we take photos of ourselves for the thumbnail. So I have photos of myself, believe you me, on my phone from different things.
Mhm.
So, and like normally it's past thumbnail photos. And so
Okay.
if I completely forget and I'm in a bind and I need to go ahead and put the photo up or put my video up, I will
Mhm.
use a picture I already have on my phone with a different background. But in general, I don't like to do that because, you know, I like the hair and everything to match. And, you know, I be
Yeah.
mixing it up. So, you know, it's like, oh, you can
Mhm.
tell that was taken at the wrong time, you know, that type of
Yeah.
stuff. But Yeah, just make it make sense, y'all. That's it. We don't get too particular.
I do like some people's videos where they're more elaborate and whatnot, and I wouldn't mind necessarily doing that if I had better equipment and better software. But I'm doing this for free and I'm using free stuff.
Yeah. What do you
I
mean
really
elaborate?
wasn't able with like I had more transitions or
Oh, the graphics and stuff. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. That can get
Um
crazy.
and I don't like you were talking about earlier, you try to have your editing time like 30 minutes to an hour. And I wish I could say that I could make sure that happens or try to make that happen, but it's just my laptop and the programs I have, sometimes everything freezes and I'm just
Yeah.
like, well, I have to sit here and wait for it to unfreeze. There's been times where it's everything's going so slow with the editing, moving stuff around, and I don't have anything elaborate going on. And it's just like if I stop or walk away from it from frustration, that video won't be up for a couple of weeks. And then I won't post anything else because I'm like, well, I can't post the
Yeah.
next thing because this thing has to come before it.
I feel your pain, girl. That has
Yeah.
happened to me. Like, you know what? When I first started BookTube, I was actually
Mhm.
going to quit after like a few weeks because, like, I'm not even kidding y'all, I have spent 8 hours editing the video. They got 20 views. Like, I'm not doing things like, because my videos don't really get a whole lot of views. I had one that
Yeah.
was very controversial recently that got like 300 views. Where that came from, I have no
Oh,
idea. But I'm like in a 30 to 50, if that range, and it just depends, so
yeah.
but sometimes
I'm
it's
not
like
in that
14.
range.
Huh?
Yeah. So I'm not in that range.
I mean, it
Um,
takes time, but
yeah.
but sometimes
Yeah.
it's even less. Sometimes I've had videos that had 8. I think it just, if you come off something more controversial than maybe something else, I don't know. There's
Yeah.
no rhyme or reason for the YouTube algorithm. So I try not to be too, I put out my videos for me. I kind of want it to
Yeah.
look a certain way. I do want people to watch it. So I do try to
Yeah.
take that into account. But at the same time, it's like, I can't be obsessed with all of that. Otherwise, I would be crying in a hole. So, because it's
Yeah.
been a long time. It's been like 3 long years. And I know that's less time than
Yeah.
you, but it's been a long 3 years. I feel
Yeah.
every minute of it.
I
Okay.
mean, 3 years is not a short amount of time. It is.
Exactly. And that's been dedicated like every week. I may have maybe in all that time, maybe taken a week or two off, like if I had a trip or something. But even during the trips, I'm like on YouTube, on my thing, queuing videos before. Like I've been consistent.
Yeah.
That's a lot. And it's a
That
nice
is
hobby. I
dedication.
enjoy it, but it's work, so but I've also tried to compartmentalize it better to where I'm not sitting there editing a video for 8 hours. Like if I have to do that and I feel
Yeah.
like it's going to come to that, I'm going to squash it and simplify it because I just don't have the time. But
Yeah.
but when I first started, I was going to quit because it was just taking so long because
Mhm.
I use WeVideo because I have Chromebook. It's not really
Oh, okay.
compatible with a lot of editing software. I'm going to
Uh,
try next year to try to get a free software. Somebody said, I think it's CapCut, somehow it's free for
oh,
videos. When I
yeah, I've
tried it
seen
first,
that a lot.
yeah, but when I tried it, after I made like 3 thumbnails and they wanted me to pay, and I was like, I'm done. But people said it's free for videos, so I'm going to try that because I pay, I think it's $100 a year for WeVideo, and it is
Okay.
basic, but it does work and it does what I
Yeah.
need. But I'm not into all the graphics because I feel like if you're getting into all of that, it needs to be something you're willing to sustain. To me, it's
Yeah.
not something that I'm willing to sustain. Like I don't mind pulling a picture or some sound audio from the internet every now and then, but I
Yeah.
am not trying to do all this crazy stuff within a video. And some people do it
Yeah.
so much that it's a distraction, and that's just not
Yeah.
me. Okay, I think
Yeah.
there's nothing wrong with us as booktubers in this amateur
Mhm.
arena that edit
Yeah.
our own videos to just sit and talk about a book, because ultimately that's
Mhm.
what we're talking about. So doing all this
Yeah.
fancy stuff really doesn't serve. But my computer was going so slow. It would take
Yeah.
forever just with the buffering. It was like yours. It's just like, but what I did do the next year is I got another Chromebook because mine was kind of old. 3,
Yeah.
4 years in computer arena is old. So I got
Yeah.
another computer and it made the huge, it's another Chromebook too. It was cheaper. I wanted to do something different, but this was like $200. I'm like, sold.
Yeah.
But
Exactly.
yeah, but the upgrade made a huge difference. I was like, what? Hold up. My video's uploaded already? Like 30 minutes, I'm done? Like so yeah. So it could be your computer, but I know finances
Yeah,
are
probably
difficult.
computer. It's old. I think it's like 10 years old. But like with
Yeah.
other stuff, I gotta prioritize.
No, I get
Uh,
you. I get you.
One thing though, so my channel's not just booktube
Mm,
content, but the bookish videos are the most elaborate. Everything else is pretty much just straight through. I put in, an intro and an outro. I make sure like nothing crazy has gone wrong. Sometimes like I'll forget something, I gotta get up and go find it, so I'll cut out that section or whatever have you. But all the other videos, like I don't have to put in another picture of a book
yeah.
or whatever have you most of the time.
Except that
If
thumbnail.
I'm talking at the camera, it's pretty much just straightforward. Like there'll be tags for tarot or journaling, that kind of stuff. There's not too much elaborate going on. I used to do vlogs, and that without fail holds me up because for whatever reasons, I never edit them right away, and then they wound up sitting for so long. And I love vlogs, and I like the final outcome, and that's where like more elaborate editing and things like that. But it was too much. And I was like, as much as I enjoy what comes from it, it's frustrating editing. And then I don't have time for this. So I like stopped making vlogs. Um, and I know I lost people from that, but oh well. Sorry guys. I still I'm not making a living off of this. Um, so I gotta prioritize what I'm making a living off of.
I feel you on that one. I think vlogs are kind of fun in that, I mean, I think in all videos you can take, what you take it or leave it, but vlogs are really cool because when you scan through them, you can
Yeah,
kind of get little key points versus when somebody's talking about a book. You want to catch it from the beginning.
yeah,
And then you put little times, like especially if you have a long vlog. I think if you have somebody has like a really long video, I think
yeah.
a long blog format is really good for like timestamps because you can put
Yeah,
that on there and then kind of like, hey, I went to the store or I did this or whatnot. But you can kind of put a
yeah,
specific
yeah.
time area about where you're at in that. But
Mm.
I,
And I like watching vlogs too, or even just listening. So I think it was Christopher who was saying like during the sprints he cleans or cooks, and
mhm.
that's what I'll do during vlogs.
Yep.
Um, People's reading vlogs because I like going on the journey as you're reading the book, and if I like the YouTuber enough, like hearing about the little bits and pieces of their life in between. Um, but I don't need to watch that most of the
Mhm.
time. So, but yeah, it is what it is. We try different things, and whatever fits fits.
Yeah, I like when they go on trips and stuff and you can kind of see where
Yeah.
people go. It's like, oh, that's
Mhm.
always cool. Always bring a book, though. Always bring a book.
Yeah.
All right,
Always.
let's check here. Let's see. Christopher says you're welcome. Talking about Alan's channel.
Oh
Dee
yeah.
says hello.
Hey Didi.
Let's. I think she's back on the for the net galley. Hey Nicole, how are you doing? Been a while since I made your sprint. Still waking up. I still feel that too. I feel like I'm more perked than I
Hang
was
on.
before as you're yawning. I feel better than I did before, but I still feel like, yes, I'm waking up too. I don't know. We should be woken up by now, but I still just
Yeah.
don't feel it. Maybe because I'm in my bed clothes. And yes,
Yeah.
I do not plan on changing today, y'all. This is the outfit of the day. And it's a cute one too. My mother-in-law gave it to me. Well, you can't see.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Okay. Oh
it's a
yeah.
Little
I
pants.
like that print.
Yes, the Christmas thing. I had to put other stuff on it, but this is the outfit of the day. Okay, it's chilly outside, although it looks sunny. It is not. So I got on my little holiday outfit. It has even matching socks, like checkered pants, matching
Oh, cute.
socks. But here's the thing, right? So I went to work yesterday. I've been working a lot lately. I'm trying to work a lot so that I can get time off. So that's the reason I haven't been around either. Um, but I had my husband wash some clothes and I came back with one sock. So where's the other one? He don't know. He was like, "You sure you don't have it? Why would I have it? I haven't been home." So I have one nice fluffy sock and one that's not. But you know what? It's not just, oh yeah, I just realized I got the sock on. See, matching socks, right?
Okay.
But
Yes.
here's the thing. Here's the other foot, right?
Uh, I mean, it
Okay,
matches,
so
but it's in
yeah,
colors, not in
so
print.
that's what's going on in my house because apparently he lost one half of two pairs of socks and
Wow.
don't know where they're at. Who else is here?
Okay, the white sock with
I
the
don't
black
know.
toe
That's
is
it. It's
also
one of
missing a
each.
pair?
Huh?
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
And get that one's an anklet and then one's
the
not. Like
oh,
this one
no.
makes
Oh,
sense.
no.
Like this one's higher up. I'm just sitting there like, where it's only my clothes.
Oh, wow.
So I'm
Because I
like,
was gonna say, have you heard that theory about the oh my god, what is it? Like a black hole in the back of the dryer?
could be. We've never had that before, though. That's the thing. Where did this black hole just
That is
appear all of
weird.
a sudden? It's been 8 years, and a black hole just came up all of a sudden. It took two of my socks.
Yeah, or there's, like, fairies in the washing machine because there's always, like, one sock of a pair. I'm like, "Well, just take both, damn it."
I know, right? I'd
Take
rather
both.
not have any than to have one. But I'm just
Yeah.
like, okay. And these are like really good socks too, nice and
Mhm.
cozy. But and the other is a workout sock. That's the thing. The little anklet is a workout sock.
Yeah,
The other one is a lounging sock. But I'm not going to break up other pairs, and it has to be here somewhere. So I'm not going to just throw these socks away. So I figured I would just pair them together.
that makes
So
sense. You have the washer and dryer in your house. I go to the laundromat. I mean, it's across the street, but all kinds of things can happen between my house and the laundromat.
that's
So,
true. It might not even be at the laundromat. It could be
mm,
like it
on
went
the
in the
street
sewer
somewhere.
or somebody kicked
Yeah,
it on the sidewalk. So
yeah,
yeah, this one didn't leave the house, so it's here somewhere.
somewhere.
I
And you
don't
have
know.
gremlins.
The things we do for laundry, right? Oh, Amy says, "Good morning to all the new arrivals. I'm off to run Sunday errands and taking you all with me." Oh, awesome. Well, I hope that we are
Nice,
keeping you
thank you.
entertained. If you're going outside of the house and if anything involves laundry, make sure you pair up everything before you leave. That's one thing when I used
Double
to go to
check.
the laundromat. I don't like when you go to the laundry at your house, some people put all their stuff in the washer, then the dryer, then just put everything in the basket and
Yeah,
go home. No. This is the reason why when you're at the laundromat, you go through your items and
yeah,
pair everything up before you leave. However, in that trying to pair up to make sure you have everything, you could also lose things because things tend to fall. And
yeah.
then something so
It gets
it's a pain.
I'm that person that puts everything back in the bag and goes home. I do double check the machines after I use them
Yeah.
and the floor. So I don't normally lose stuff.
Yeah.
Um, but it usually it gets crowded and I don't even if people are not using the tables to fold their
Mhm.
stuff up, like, people are standing around or sitting around waiting for their stuff. And I just feel like I'm in the way or they're in the way
Yeah.
and I can't spread out as comfortably as I would like. And then, in the winter or the summer, it gets either really hot or really cold. And I'm like, I want to be in my house. So just put all that stuff in the bag and let's go.
I feel you. I'm the same way. But I mean, in reality, who wants to go to a laundromat? For one, who wants to do laundry, period, in house or out? But who
Yeah.
wants to go to a laundromat too? So I'm in
Exactly.
and I'm out. I check the washer and the dryer, make sure none of my stuff's in, and then I just stuff as much stuff in the basket to compact it as much as
Yeah.
possible and just look around as I'm walking. And then I hope for the best that everything made it back to the house because I don't want to
Yeah.
be in the midst. And those tables, people be doing stupid stuff on them tables, girl. Water,
And
kids.
yeah.
Mm-mm.
People, I mean, people will leave the dryer lint on them, and that's, not the worst thing. But I'm like, excuse me, sometimes the employees don't get to wipe them off as often as
Mm-hmm.
if it's super crowded in there. And I'm
Yep.
just like, "No." And don't let somebody be there with their blankets. I'm like, there's no space. There's no
Yeah.
space.
That's true. That is true. That is true. The
Yeah,
other
I
day,
double
I
check.
hmm?
I said I just double check everything to the
Yep,
best of my ability.
that is true. I agree. The other day, I came home and we have a weighted blanket, which is awesome. If y'all have never had a weighted blanket, man, I'm telling you, it makes for a really good night's sleep. It's like somebody giving you a hug. We use a 15 weight, and but I came home and my husband had washed it. And I'm like, and then it was in the dryer, and the dryer had been going for 2 hours. And I was like, you do not put that stuff in your washer dryer. That's a surefire
Um,
way to break it.
2 hours. What
Yeah,
makes it
and
dry
it still
for two
wasn't dry.
hours?
Yeah. I'm like, no, yeah, I just when we
So
do
how is it now?
yeah, when you do a washer and dryer, like I prep things for my husband and tell him, like, hey, like he'll do it, but I'll prep
Mm,
things for him. Hey, wash this, whatever,
yeah.
right? Wash this basket. You don't have to worry what's in it. Just wash it, make sure the fluff don't, when you're doing other
Mhm.
people's clothes, you should not be too careful looking at things. That's my whole thing.
Yeah.
You
Okay.
should not be with kids, you roll that dice because they leave things in, which I feel like you don't really want to look too closely at people's clothes. That's all I'm saying. But
Yeah.
as adults, you should know to clear out your pockets. So if somehow I wash a check or some money, well, if I find it later once it's dry and clean, then it's mine. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah.
But the blanket thing, I don't know why that came up for him. And I'm just
I
like,
get it.
you don't put it's like a heavy comforter. You don't put that in
Yeah.
your washer dryer. That's a sure way to throw a belt or something. You go to a
Mm,
commercial place if you're going to do it yourself, like a
yeah.
commercial laundromat with those big industrial
Um,
washer dryers,
yeah.
or you take it to the laundromat and have them do it. I was like, take
And
that
what is it?
off.
I was gonna say something, but I forgot the words. Oh, spot clean in between.
Hmm. Yep.
I mean, because of the allergies, I need to, or I change my blankets often, but they need to be like washed.
Yeah.
Because if
Yeah, I
nothing
can't
else,
say I do that
dust. I
often.
gotta.
That does some allergens, right? Try
Yeah.
to get a filter for your home too if your allergies are really, really bad. Like mine are bad today, but not like super crazed. But that's another thing, a filter for your home.
I'm just saying,
Um,
I need space.
Christopher is making it through In Defense of Witches, reading it for the Death by TBR book club. Oh, I like that
Oh,
title. From
yeah.
Kelly
This is a
from
whole
Books.
book
She's a good
club
channel
thing.
too. Oh, and you
Oh,
got Crystal and Fiber Artsy. Very eye opening.
okay.
I've
Okay.
never heard of that. Okay, In
That sounds
Defense of Witches.
vaguely familiar. I
That
mean,
sounds
you
like
know
a
me.
nonfiction could be. What'd you say?
I said it sounds vaguely familiar. Um, I was gonna say fiction, but I guess Christopher will let us know.
That's just
You know me. I'm all if there's witches in it, I'm like, oh, that sounds interesting.
be like, that's cute.
I want to know what that's about. Who
Dee
was
says,
that?
how are you to Chris? Chris is doing great. Amy added some other folks here. Added some other folks here to my watch later. No one has time for editing. Yeah, it
The
can be
editing.
for. Here's the thing I like about editing. I like going from a raw product, especially if it was jacked up. Like you ever have those videos that you're just all over the place and filming? When you get
Hmm.
it dwindled down to what you put out, I've been feeling proud of myself. I'm
Yes.
like,
Like I said, it's a
yay.
creative project.
Exactly, exactly. It's like arts and crafts in a way. Like I like reading and then I like the video aspect of putting
Yeah.
on paper video, what I want to say, but when you edit down like 30 minutes of raw footage, which I try not to, it's been a long time since I've had that. But you know, when you edit something like really long down and you're like, I'm at 20 minutes, I'm like,
Mhm. Yeah.
that's pretty good. I think my longest videos are like wrap ups. So those I may dwindle from
Yeah.
like 25. I try to get videos under, in an ideal world for me, 10 minutes is where I'm at. That's what I like. However, wrap ups, I try to keep under 20.
Uh,
So, but dwindling it all down is really fun.
like if I get my wrap ups to 20 minutes, I'm like, hallelujah. But that's pretty much all I do.
Yeah.
Like I think we talked about this before. I don't do TBRs because one, I don't have time to make a
Things
video for
happen.
that. And two, I'm like, I'm gonna change my mind. Half, if not more, of those books I'm not gonna read. So it's like, what is the point?
Yeah.
And every once in a while I'll do a tag. Like I've been on YouTube, BookTube in particular, long enough that Tag Tuesdays was a big deal. Like everybody did them.
Yeah, I used to do them.
And then they kind of like fell off as vlogs became popular. And then now TBRs are more popular because of the TBR games. So like I went through all of that. Even though I never made TBRs. But I was like, yeah, I'm only doing wrap ups. Um, and that's it. I'm gonna talk about these books once and blabber on, and that will be the end of
Done.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I feel you. No, yeah. I only do a TBR if I'm participating in a readathon. If I'm not
Yeah.
participating in a readathon, like in December, I'm
Hmm.
not doing a TBR. It's just no point. I got other things to do. Right now is a busy time anyway. I don't have time. But yeah, I feel you.
Yeah. I
And
don't
then
even
for
do it before.
TBRs, I don't elaborate either because I'm going to talk about it more in the wrap up. So it's just more of a like brief, like 1-2 sentence synopsis. It's not super in depth either.
Hmm. I'm like, no. I try to just like at one point I was like, okay, Lachette, only 3 minutes per book with the wrap ups, and it never worked. I'm like, why can't you shut up?
It's
And
because
I'm
you're
like, no,
excited about it. There's nothing wrong with
like,
that.
I have to. I'm like, if I leave this out, then I won't have said everything I want to, or I'm like, I feel unfulfilled. Like somewhere, somehow, I got to talk about this,
You
but
know
I
what?
didn't
It's
mention
your
it.
video. You talk about what it is that you want in it. Do you do written
Yeah.
reviews as well?
Yeah, a little bit. They on like Storygraph or
Mhm.
whatever. I'm relatively consistent with those.
See,
I
that's
don't
another
normally
way
write
to.
super long ones though,
Mhm.
so maybe that's why I'm just like talking a lot. The with I think what it is with the wrap ups in the video. I feel like I have to give a synopsis as well of what the book is. So
Yeah,
like a written review on story, like I don't write that because it's right there. There's
that's
what
true.
the book is about is right above what my review is. Whereas on YouTube it's not. So I'm like I can't just though sometimes I do. If I'm really excited, I'll be like, okay, the next book I read, I love this, and like these people were great, and this is that, and yada yada yada. And then I'm like, I should actually tell you what the hell this book is about.
I've seen your
And
videos
that,
like that too. I think it's fun.
yeah. So that's the thing. But I'm like, I try. At this point, I'm just like 5 minutes per book, and it also doesn't help that I read so much. Um, I'm not, reading 40 books a month or whatever, but especially if there's manga or like shorter stuff, graphic novels, I'm like easily 10, maybe even 15 books a
Yeah,
month.
those go quick.
Though I've been trying to combine uh reviews of those. I'll be like, okay, I read 3 books from one series, one manga series, so just put it all together.
Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, if you have like volume
Yeah.
1, 2, 3 or something, yeah, I combine them as a
Yeah.
whole. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's see. Hey, Mel, how are you doing today? Welcome to
Hey,
the fold. Good morning. What's going
long time
on?
no see.
Um,
Oh,
there we
I
go.
added it.
Oh, you
I
did?
added
Okay.
it to my.
Seems
So
like a bit
you
of a
have to.
chore.
It's Scarlet Moon Creations. Once we're not looking at comments, you'll see my name again for
Mhm.
spelling. But
Yeah, editing. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't
I don't
know about
love it.
people
There
who
are people who do. There
say
are
again.
people who do. There are people who do love the editing, and you
Mhm.
can see it in their videos.
Yeah.
Like they're usually the more elaborate ones,
Mhm.
and they just love doing this type of content.
It's fun to
I
play
don't
it
know.
back to say you did that, especially if you add in a lot of elaborate stuff because it's more
Mm,
of like it's a creative piece too. Some people like
yeah,
that creativity in creating stuff. So it's one thing talking and there's nothing adding that. So it's kind of the love of a lot of different things. However, I
yeah,
will say with some of those big booktubers and stuff like that, and not even just them, but just in general, a lot of them don't do that themselves. So that's
yeah,
one of those things that when I first started out, like I would tell people because I did like a lot of research before I started getting into stuff, and I ran across a lot. I mean, I still run across a lot of newer people, but I'm always like, don't feel like you got to keep up with all these other people doing all of these different graphics and things like that, because for
mhm,
one, many of them are getting paid, and you're
yeah,
not. So it's a business for them, which is why they have links everywhere and all this other stuff. So keep that in mind that there's a payment aspect that they are trying to get into all of
yeah,
that. But then too, a lot of them don't do that themselves. So you trying to break your back into keeping up with the Joneses or whatever really
mhm,
is not gonna, be in your favor. So, and then also I think it's good to be consistent. So if you're gonna start that way, you need to end that way and keep the same energy. And if you're not, then it's not really worth the time and the effort to do that.
yeah,
So and but what I don't like though is when you have some bigger booktubers that try to steer people a certain way. Like I'm not going to name the channel, but there was a channel that was talking about how if small booktubers can't keep up with graphics and doing all of that stuff, then they should not start a channel and just support big booktubers. I was so like, how dare you? I unsubscribed immediately.
yeah.
Just very rude. Just
Yeah,
utterly
yeah.
rude. Okay. Mhm.
And there's also those. It's not necessarily elaborate editing. It's more um dynamic filming, or they have interesting themes and concepts.
Mhm.
And so I'm like, the other thing is, space on your computer or hard drives, because like there are a few people who I love, and they have like the themed videos, which are popular I think now still. And I'm like, they filmed that over the course of the year, and so they have clips from
Mhm.
February, and you don't see them until December. And I'm like, I
Some
can't do
people
that
got that
either.
long game in them. That's not me.
Yeah. I'm like, I forget I have stuff, and I'm like, what is this? Oh damn, I never posted that.
I may have
I
like a little
remember.
short on my video on my thing. Like I think I
Yeah.
got 3 or 4 shorts that I never posted from like 6 months ago.
Yeah.
So if I really need something, I'll pull that out and post it. But like
Yeah.
all these videos where you like have gathered clips from over a year and all this stuff, yeah, nah, you're not gonna. I would have been lost that.
Yeah. Like I don't have the space after a
Yeah,
while.
yeah,
Or the memory, the brain
exactly.
memory.
Exactly. But that's the thing though, not everybody does that and it's fine. It's not the norm. Like not everybody is into the technological aspect. Like I understand booktube changes all the time, but you know what? The more booktube changes, the more it stays the same. We're reading, we're the main goal is to be able to be heard clearly. And it don't even have to be the most crisp clear because I think I may have an echo because this room is just huge. But just
Mhm.
be clear, audio, let us at least be able to see you. But I see some fuzzy videos. Mine are that way too. It is what it is.
Mhm.
And let us see the book. That's the main thing, whether it's
Mhm.
physical or thumbnail or whatever.
Yeah.
It
So
don't have
write
to
it
be
down
super
in your
crazy.
description.
Because I know some successful channels that are growing. Like my channel has been stagnant. It'll grow a little bit, then it'll be stagnant, gain some, lose some. I know some people's channels that are growing and they maybe post a video once a month. I
Mm.
don't know if it's the sprints or if it's but some people that not even sprint. I know one channel, I think they post a video like every 2, 3 weeks. I don't think they
Mhm.
even participate in sprints. I mean, everybody's different. They might be doing some things
Yeah,
behind the scenes. I'm just saying that trying to keep up with what other people are doing and utilizing that as a
yeah,
norm, especially when it's something so intricate that you can't keep up with, especially as a new person, or if you
yeah,
don't have the financials or the time and stuff, don't worry
yeah,
about it. I just don't like when you have people that are like huge channels trying to tell smaller channels
yeah,
specifically
that's
what they should
rude.
do that's on par with them and then tell them to quit because that's not, I think it's just to get more support for them.
That's rude as hell.
That
Ugh,
is rude. It's rude, and I won't even go into detail about it because it's a pretty big
yeah,
person. I was just utterly shocked at that video, and I'm just like, it's like, another thing that irritates me,
mm,
those people that
yeah.
say I'm leaving BookTube and then they come back. That burns my bridges. They bring a BookTube and then you come back.
I don't I don't get irritated, I just find it funny, and I'm like, life
Well,
is
it's
what it is.
funny. Yeah,
It's funny.
I just let them
Um,
roll. I ain't calling nobody out. That ain't really my
yeah.
business. It's just one of those things that I see.
Mhm. But, like,
Oh,
as far as the other stuff, like, that is so mean too, like, the it's different when smaller people or people who haven't started yet are asking bigger booktubers like, "What do you use?" or "What how do you do this?" and that kind of thing. Like, that's a learning, teaching moment, um, but that's different
yeah.
than what you were saying, and I'm like,
Yeah. We're gonna roll from that.
like, also, I would say if that's something you want, like, if that's something you aspire to, then that's fine as well. Just know that they didn't start there.
Mhm.
They grew over time. There's a couple of big booktubers that I still follow, and I've been following them long enough. They were not where they were now. There's
Yeah,
content they do now that's they're known for that they didn't do before, and that's
yeah,
kind of how they blew up. Or they got a new computer and now certain things became easier,
yeah,
or they got popular enough to have membership or Patreon, and that is what pays for the um,
yeah.
content or sponsorships or whatever have you, that lets them do stuff that other booktubers can't do. But it's a building up to it, so like manage your expectations.
That's true. That's why I tell people do what's within your limitations. People are either gonna watch you or they don't.
Mhm.
And there's certain aspects about you that are not you can't change, like visuals and
Yeah.
stuff. And people are either subscribe or they not watch or not. You do you, just
Mhm.
we'll leave it at that. Anyway,
Yeah.
great name. It is definitely a great name. I love it.
Yeah.
Keita, hello, lovely lady. How are you doing? How are you and Miss Livy today? Oh, by the way, Keita, in case you are not aware, sprints on Saturdays. Can't tell you the exact time. I just know it's in the morning and I catch her when I can. But you
Okay.
have Miss Princess Livy and Keita
Yes.
on Saturdays. So check her out. Check her out. Christopher says 6 in the house. So all the socks. Oh, sock. Okay. All the socks go in one big basket in the living room. And I think my socks match a handful of times per year.
Are you saying like 6 washing machines or dryers?
I think
Uh,
people in the house.
okay. I'm like,
See,
wow, that's
I don't want my girls to mix with other girls. Like, here's my thing. Okay. As a married person,
mhm,
underclothes, which I consider socks, underwear, all that's underclothes, right? I don't mind those things being washed with my husband's. I
okay,
mind
that
being
makes
washed
sense.
with anybody else.
That makes sense.
Because it's the two of us. Our things
Yeah,
look different. Like his feet are a little bit bigger than mine, but I swear
yeah.
there's a pair of socks of his he keeps giving to me, saying these are yours. I'm like, babe, these are not mine. Why would these be mine? But he swears those outstretched socks are mine. So I keep them in a drawer, and every other wash I give them back. He takes them, then the wash after that he gives them back, saying they're mine. I don't get it. But anyway, that's our arguments. Other than that, it's okay. Just, hey, here's your underwear, whatever. I don't want anybody else coming from another room saying, hey, here's your panties. They were in with my stuff. No, that's a no-go right there. So we can't have my girls and your boys and everything else being washed together. It's not a no. Oh, it's hard when you have kids and stuff in the house. But even my sister, she had the adult wash and the kids wash. Kids be put in, I don't know where kids go. Sometimes they be random things. It's like, what is this on your clothes? I don't need that on mine, So my sister even went so far as there was the kids' towels and the adults' towels, two different locations. So you don't have that issue. But yeah, do what you got to do for your household. But yes, things get lost. The more people you add in the mix, the more things get lost because things cling to each other and gets thrown in the drawer. Oh, okay. So it's a nonfiction book. The legacy of witch hunts and why women are still on trial. Ooh, that sounds very poignant. Okay. Packed with information, horrifying and hopeful. That is a good buddy read, right? Don't that sound like a good buddy read?
Yeah.
Mel says, I'm too much of a mood reader for TBRs. I only do them when I'm participating. Yep, facts. I second that all the way. And even with the TBR thing, I'll be mixing and matching too.
For the readathons, I never make a TBR until the first day, maybe. And even then, I'm like, I'll see what I'm reading and hope it matches something. So that's why I don't do TBRs for those.
Pile of possibilities. I agree with you on that. I've been doing that lately. Pile of possibilities. Especially when you don't have time, just pick a few books that you think they match the thing and then plug and play as you go along. That's what I've been doing. I try to stick to at least the books that I said. I try to at least read those unless they sound like a bust and then just add in versus not reading the few that I said. So the fewer you put on your list, the better. And that way you can't prove yourself to be a liar. So I do that. Hey, Livia, how are you doing? Dee Dee says she likes editing. Okay.
Or she used to.
Exactly. I was going to say, why don't you anymore?
What happened?
Probably she started reading more and participating in readathons and it got out of control. That's what happens. You add in more books and the chaos ensues. Making a late breakfast and last night was rough. French toast baked. Oh, I'll take it. I will take it. Okay.
I hope it was a good rough now.
I know. Let's see what this roughness is about. But I'll take that breakfast. That sounds like a hearty meal after some work. Let us know. I'm not subscribed to that booktuber. Oh, I hope I'm not subscribed. We're not mentioning names, but
I don't think I'm subscribed to any of the top 5 booktubers. I think I was at some point,
who are the top 5?
4 or 5 years ago. People who've been doing booktube for 10 years or so, if they're still here. And
I want Jake Edwards is one.
Yeah. Oh, I am subscribed to him, but I haven't watched the video in God knows how long, so that's not helping him at all. Guys, if you're subscribed to people, watch a video every once in a while.
Yeah.
Don't subscribe if you know you're not going to watch regularly or
I agree.
Even if once a month, because being subscribed and not watching harms. Just don't subscribe.
I agree with you on that. If I know I'm not going to watch your content, I'm not going to subscribe, or if I'm just not driving. And we all subscribe to people for different reasons. I get that. But, I at least try to make an effort, especially if on my feed, because, you forget. If you have 500 people you're subscribed to, it's, you don't know all the people in your head. So, and then some people are not active, but I tend to, when I first come on BookTube, for any time I'm about to do BookTube activities, I click subscription. So it starts feeding down I think it's chronological order, all the videos that people have. And I don't have
Yeah,
time to watch all the videos, but I'll go through and I'll watch all or at least some of the videos. But especially if I see somebody that I know I haven't seen their content in a while, I make a
yeah,
concentrated effort to make sure I go to their channel over somebody that, like, if you post 3 days a week and I already watched a video for you that week, not to say I'm
yeah,
not interested in your content, but I may not have time.
yeah,
So I'll go to somebody else's channel that I haven't looked at in a
yeah,
while and watch their content. So I try to be fair in that. And sometimes you don't
yeah,
get to
same.
all of it because you may not see. If you posted yesterday, but there's been 20 videos that have posted, then your video is probably way down on the list. So I try to look
Yeah,
at the top few and then scroll down and then
yeah,
randomly start choosing a few. But you're gonna run out of time. I just don't have enough
yeah.
time every day. But I do watch some videos every day. Like I do at least make a
Yeah.
point, even if it's one. I have watched at least one person's video a day.
I think that's the one thing that's not really talked about often with YouTube in general, not just BookTube, but we'll stick in the BookTube. Like, it's still videos, and most of the time it's people when we're talking about BookTube, and there are people I watch just because I like the sound of their voice,
Mhm.
or the visuals. Maybe it's just the lighting or how they say their reviews. Like, I tend to like people who can explain why they like something so I can get a better idea and match up, what I like versus what they like. We don't have to like the same books all the time, but if I could if the way they articulate whether they like something or not, helps me decide if I'm gonna listen to them often.
Mhm.
And then, like I said, some people just have nice videos, and I'm like, I'm here for the vibes.
Yeah.
And it is what it is. Some people, it's a personality thing, and it has nothing to do with books. And sometimes they're not even talking about books. Some people I watch because they're creative, like, what the hell is his name? Gavin. I He cracks me up, and like he's always doing these creative videos. Like every year I'm like, okay, it's autumn. When is Gavin putting out his I'm going into the woods to read a scary book video because it's stupid. Now it's a thing he does every year, and I'm like, I'm invested in watching him scare himself silly. I'm never gonna read that book because I don't like horror, but I'm invested in watching him scare himself silly and being in some scary place while reading a scary book. But like, there's nothing. I'm just entertained. Some people entertain you. Sometimes it's a personality thing. Sometimes like it's a visual thing. This is a visual media, so it's like
That's true. No, I feel you on that one.
sometimes that's what works really well for people.
That has worked well for him. When I first started BookTube, like Gavin has blown up since I first started.
Yes.
I think he was at maybe 1,500. I forgot what he is now, but he's definitely, yeah.
When
People
I
that,
think back to, I'm not gonna get into the whole scandal, but there was at the time bigger booktuber who we found out later was talking to a lot of smaller booktubers and gaslighting them,
hmm,
and Gavin was one of them, and I was just like, he could not be there. And I mean, I'm getting free entertainment. I don't know him, but he seems like a good guy, and I'm just like, he could not be there because this person was basically on the low insulting him and letting him know your content's not good enough. He was one of many apparently at the time, and that person's no longer.
haterade, haterade. It's
Yeah,
always somebody, right?
like that. I think that was the first like big booktube scandal where I was like there from the beginning to the end. Like I knew who this person was, and I was just like, oh damn, this is horrifying. I
Yeah, I
mean,
don't know
there's
anything
worse
about
things
that
in the
one.
world, but there was um I'm just like, I'm glad he had some real friends and they were supporting him. But I'm just like imagining there's certain people, like I said, they grew over time, and some of them might not be here because there were other people out there discouraging them on purpose. And,
Haterade.
so everyone's not your friend. and everyone's not having the best interest. But on the flip side, everyone, there are a lot of people who are supportive, and some things do take time. So you were saying like he was not that big in the beginning, and was feeling really discouraged.
We all get
And
that way sometimes. We do. I definitely felt discouraged when I held for like the whole first year. But it's,
Mhm.
I don't know. I support people that support me. I try to give out some
Yeah,
cool vibes for folks, but I'm also a realist. I've always have been. And sometimes maybe that comes off a hater. I don't know. But I try to be a realist with people and try to kind of go like, look, let's go past the bull. Like this whole, like I remember there was a booktuber that was like, oh yeah, within a year you reach 1,000 subscribers. And I'm just like, realistic. And I'm like, let's not gaslight people. Like, I don't want to be negative Nancy, but let's not
yeah,
gaslight. Okay, some people the algorithm will pick up. Other people,
yeah,
maybe people flock to them.
yeah,
When you're saying where it's about books and what you look like don't matter. Yes, it does. Like, let's come on. Let's just like be real. Like, let's just like get that out. Like
yeah. Let's not
I don't
lie to
want.
people. We're
Hmm?
talking about books. This is not, you come on YouTube and you'll have like 1 million subscribers type of thing. This is
Yeah,
this is BookTube. The biggest ones I think have like 500,000,
yeah.
and that's huge for BookTube.
It
But
is.
BookTube in the scheme of YouTube, that's a drop in the bucket.
It is, it is. But even within the realm of booktube itself, like it
Hmm.
has its own little politics and particularities
Yeah,
and stuff. But just be realistic when you start booktube. And a lot of people I think get discouraged because I feel like I keep hearing that even from people that support a lot of small booktubers, that I think a lot of times has, we won't get into that promotion of certain, anyway, I won't get into that, but I just feel like, within the realm of book to, people should still be realistic, like even if
yeah,
you have the greatest videos, because even some of those, I remember I went on this, it was like a Q&A. It was like three big booktubers online and they were talking about their experiences. And I mean, I feel like some of it was not for small booktubers because them talking about how, ooh, I felt like my video failed if I didn't get 1,000 views. And I'm like, well, you have
yeah,
people that are looking at the time. I was like struggling. If I got 20 views, I was like, yay, I've been there.
yeah,
And sometimes I'm still that way. If I get 20 views, I'm
yep,
like, yay, somebody looked at it.
yep.
Yeah, but it's like,
That's all I
man,
want.
but they were talking about that, but then they were talking about how some of their best content they felt back in the day, what they made, nobody was watching. It was before they actually caught on and got bigger,
Yeah,
and they stopped it. And then apparently vlogs wasn't a big thing back then, but now it more
nope.
is now. But you had a lot of them. So content changes, things changes, but that's why I say be true to what it is you're gonna do. People are either gonna watch
Yeah,
or they don't. You can change your content and do the same thing someone else did, and it made no difference for you, but it was huge for somebody
yeah,
else. Just like putting out videos 4 or 5 days out of the week or being on all the time, it worked for some people, and other people it does not. Like I know a guy,
mhm,
booktube, newer to booktube. I don't know what the algorithm kind of got him. That sounds weird because they're saying negative about him. I don't mean it that way, but I'm saying somehow the algorithm was in his favor, and somehow, and he could have come from another platform. I don't know, but he had like 5 videos, and there are 15,000 subscribers. That would be
mhm.
awesome compared
Yeah,
to somebody with 300 videos and is at 800. So I'm just
yeah,
saying that everybody has different factors about them. So it does suck, and because I mean, to me, it's not all about viewers and subscribers and all, but you don't want to feel like you're on deaf ears. It's nice to come on and be like, hey,
yeah,
people enjoy my content. They're engaging with me. Let's talking about books. Like I like
yeah,
talking about books, but I also enjoy the interaction with people. Like to me, it's a
exactly.
whole whatever we want to talk about. That's my channel. It's a realistic channel about life and books and things we're doing. And I'm all
Yeah,
for that,
everyone,
but be
people
realistic
want to be
about it.
social. Want to be social. I'm not gonna lie. I don't look at in depth into my stats or whatever.
Oh, I don't.
I feel like that just doesn't go well from with my mental health.
I know exactly.
I
It's
can't be
deflating. That's why I stopped too. I look
Like,
at my
I
subscriber number. That's it.
views, comments, if my subscribers goes up like 50 and then I'm like, "Oh, mhm, mhm." Like, I noticed that because it shows up every time I click to edit or like I have to go in and write the description and all of that stuff. It shows me my subscriber count and same thing, the views and all of that stuff on the previous video. So I know like over the last couple of weeks I've lost people because of those Mama Awards videos and I was like, it's a little sad, but I'm not,
It'll
it
come
won't
and
be here
go. It always
forever.
does. Don't worry
It
about
was
it,
fun
girl.
for me to do, so it balances out in my head. Um And I know it's the downside of having a channel that's not hyper focused on one thing. So it's not a booktube channel, it's not a tarot tube channel because that's a whole other subset of YouTube. It's not a journaling or bullet journal channel because that's what I started with, and honestly, that's more of that content I get from people outside of YouTube. But it's the business of not being specific, and I think about it every year, but I'm like, I don't want to have multiple channels, so this is what you get.
But you're being
And
true to
you own
yourself
that
and what
channel.
you're
Yeah,
interested in. Like, why is I think
yeah,
about this? Why is it that somebody can go on vacation? Your book channel, so they go on
yeah,
vacation. They show you all the sites. I love a good beach vacation. Most of the time, I go on a vacation. You're gonna get a vacation vlog, okay? So,
yeah.
but
I
I
love that.
normally take a book with me, so I include that, but majority of it is
Hmm.
not about books. So why is it that I could do that and still label it
Yeah,
booktube, but then you can't do your tarot and your books and your
yeah,
journaling? So to me, I feel like people will take it or leave it, take what they want.
yeah,
Who's to say they're even watching all of the video? Because 30 seconds is a
yeah.
view. You could have
Yeah, so
300.
that's the other thing. I don't look at, like I said, the more in-depth stats and stuff. So I don't know how long people are watching my videos.
Oh, I don't look at that.
Um
And there's a way to
nobody
find that out.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Because
don't have
there are other YouTubers I watch, not booktube, but like music related stuff,
to.
and they'll be like, you guys, it shows me that only a certain percent of people watching are subscribed and most of you are not, and or they'll talk about and they'll put up a screenshot and I'm like, okay, so that's in there, that's
Oh,
good.
dang.
But I
Nope.
don't need to see that.
No, I
Or
don't.
they
Yeah.
what is it? They talk about oh yeah, oh, if you guys have made it to the end of the video because it shows me that you guys always click off after this point or you speed past the intro to watch this.
See, that's a lot of work. Unless I'm getting paid and I need to kind of optimize to see, I'm not going
Yeah,
that in depth. Like I've
yeah,
been to the advanced studio analytics page just to kind of see what it's about. But have I
yeah,
analyzed? No. I look at subscriber count because it's right there and viewers because you have no
yeah,
choice because it's in your
yeah,
face. But other than that, I don't really care to go that in depth. Like my channel's not that, and like you said, it's deflating because I used to go, I mean, and I still do, but I used to see it a whole lot, like visual wise, up
yeah,
and down. Game five, lose three. Game three,
yeah,
lose all of them. Game two, lose half. Like that's been the life of my channel the entire
yeah.
time that I
I
had it.
can't look
But is
like
that
this.
better than being on 6 months and not having anybody subscribe? I don't know, but
Yeah,
it's deflating. So I try
yeah.
not to even think
So
about
it's the I
it.
just try to focus on the social aspects.
Yeah.
I try to be consistent. I just know there's times of the year where I don't want to be here, and I realize that, and so like I'll try to plan ahead next year because I started to see the pattern. I'm just like I don't want to do videos, and then for a month it won't be.
I mean, don't there's
I'm
some
like
people
I'm
who
okay
do.
with that, but yeah. So I'm just like It's just, over time. In the past, I would be like really discouraged by, all these videos I just put up and people unsubscribing because they don't want to see it. Now I'm just, I've learned like that's just the way it is, and I need to move on because I got other stuff to do. I don't have time to be depressed over losing 5 subscribers or whatever. So it is what it is. But I think that like that kind of thought process takes time and practice. Maybe if you've done something else like other social media, um, you would be a little immunized to the changes on YouTube, like losing people or gaining people. Um, or if you have a job where that kind of analytics is something you see often, um, it might not bother you as much. But if you're not used to it and you're a new YouTuber, like it's just something you gotta kind of try to be prepared for and weather and keep going. If you still like it, then yeah. If you stop like doing it, if you no longer like doing it, then yeah, you can stop doing the YouTube. But I think a lot of people who follow those things are trying to make like YouTuber or BookTuber a job.
Hmm.
Um, and that's okay too. But like know that going in. Like
Yeah,
there are people who come and they make it their jobs. And a lot of the big even booktubers, that's their job. Like
you got to be
some of
big
them
if that's
fell
your full
into it.
time job.
Some of them fell into it, and others like that was the plan from the get-go, and they've
Yeah.
been slowly chipping away towards it, but that's not the majority.
Yeah. I mean, I ain't mad at it. If you can somehow do that and, uh, have at it. I don't ever foresee YouTube being a full time or even a part time job to support and pay something. I mean, I
Yeah.
think it's fun if it could pay a little bill, like a water bill, maybe. But I'm so nowhere near that. Like I recently hit 1,000, but I don't even know if that's even lucrative for anything. I know they're adding up
Mhm.
my videos, so it must be accumulating some sense somewhere. But they were
Yeah.
adding up some of my videos before with the YouTube ads, so whereas some
Yeah.
of them were unwatchable, like my timers. There was
Yeah.
one I just stopped watching. Like I'm just like it's no, or stop utilizing because it's just ads every 2 seconds. But I will say I did go in for the ones that I use. I went and changed some stuff, so I am
Mhm.
learning. I do find that every once in a while I need to go in and manicure some stuff on the studio. I did that a few weeks ago, but I think I'm gonna have to take some time and go through. So maybe I'll look at some of these stats things you're talking about, like if they're on there
Mhm.
and if it's affecting
Yeah.
the viewability of video. Because I tried to watch mine the other day, like one of my regular videos. I was like, what the hell? I can't even watch it enjoyably. I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway. Let's see. Let's get to the chat. I wanted to do one more sprint. You're good for that?
Yeah.
Yeah, do another 40. I like to do two sprints and then whatever we do around that is whatever, but two sprints and then we'll get out of here.
Okay.
Let's see. Okay, yeah, learning how to do stuff every time you edit. I think it's a fun thing.
Yeah.
I learn it every once in a while, like capabilities. We video is very basic and the price tag shows, but if I can get it for free and not pay $100 a year, I'm for that. So that's why I'm gonna
Mhm.
try. Dee Dee says a wild statement to make is a bigger channel. Some people
Right?
are very bold.
Yeah, we gotta have to chat because I'm like, who is
Girl,
this?
yeah, I can tell you
I
some
know
of
I'm
these
not. I know I'm
people.
probably not following them because, like I said, I don't. But like, I am
I
curious.
am curious. Yeah, I could go find a video, but yeah, it was last year. I was like, oh no. Let's see. Hello, Joanne. How you doing? Saying hi to all the people in the club.
Oh, hey,
Um,
JK.
we're just chatting, chilling, just talking about booktube in general, but we're gonna do one
Yeah.
more sprint for 45. Subscriber count can help with sponsors, though views, even seconds, help with the algorithm. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, I think views don't mean anything if you're trying to do money wise, I guess, from my understanding. But I think it just shows like, hey, people are interested in a video to help the algorithm pinpoint, hey, this is a good
Yeah.
shot. And then they add up your video. That's the thing. When you get, they just start adding tons of videos all over, or ads all over the place. It
Yeah.
can be a chore. So then I feel like if the YouTube starts thinking maybe you have some promise and add videos or ads, because that allows them to get money from sponsors and stuff, then it becomes a chore for you as a person, because then you need to go into your videos. And that's where I think YouTube Studio is very user friendly. But then you have to
Yeah.
start learning that, because then you can change the ads to make your videos better flow. I learned
Yeah.
that on my channel, like it was a few weeks ago. When as soon as it got monetized, I started noticing I had it ads, especially on my timer videos, because they're longer. Anything over 8 minutes, they
Yeah.
start adding multiple ads all throughout. And it was a chore because I use the timers to track time. I don't need a bunch
Yeah.
of ads running throughout.
Yeah.
So I
So
changed
annoying.
the ads to be before the 15-minute mark, because they're an hour
Mhm.
timers I use.
Yeah.
So that's the reason why I do 45-minute times, because the ads are all at the beginning. I got rid of
Oh,
some, but then I added some at the beginning of it. So I'll run that in the background, but
yeah.
then not play that for the timer aspect. But it's a
Mhm.
chore. It's ridiculous, but I get it.
Mhm.
But that's how they
I
pay
mean,
you to get
it's
sponsored.
appreciated because the people who don't, and then all of a sudden there's an ad at an awkward point, and I'm like,
Mhm. It's a
they
pain in the
don't
butt.
know, they don't know. This is a pain, but they don't know. They are unaware
Yeah.
that this ad is popping up right here.
Yeah, I
So
found that
I think
out when I was in the middle of a sprint, and I'm like, "Why is it ad popping up?" And one was about poop or something, and I'm like, "What?" Yeah, and I so that's why I don't use all of the timers that I have,
yeah.
because I was like,
Mhm.
"I'm not doing this." So I did it for like 6, and then because it was a chore, and then I was like, "Okay, these other timers, they just probably not going to be used, because I can't see anybody else trying to use them, if they use them at
Yeah.
all. I think I'm the only one that use them. I think that I would be the only one using them. So somebody else, thank you.
Mhm.
But if not, then they probably don't now, because it's no point. But it's interesting because you have those exercise videos or those how-to videos or whatever that's on YouTube, like Grow
Yeah.
with Joe, Roberta Jim. I guarantee you they probably have somebody doing their editing, if not them, that's doing the same thing of moving the
Yeah.
ads, because it gets in the way. Like a Grow with Joe exercise video, she'll have one ad, one maybe two, pop up during the course of the video,
Mhm.
which is fine, because I understand you got to pay the sponsor. I let it go for the few seconds and then I'll click start to get rid of it. Or sometimes I'll let it play all the way through so she can get the
Yeah.
monetization, because I think you get paid for the ads that runs. But but it's not invasive. It is what it
Yeah.
is. It's kind of the cost of doing this awesome video. So I don't mind one or two ads. I do mind an hour video with 15 ads, and that's exactly what YouTube did for my timer videos. I was shocked. It was like every three minutes there was an ad added to the video. It's not
Yeah.
usable
Yeah.
then. Crazy.
And
And then anything
I
over 8 minutes, they add an ad to midway
it
point.
it doesn't it that's the other thing, like, YouTube has changed because you wouldn't get ads that often before. Even on a shorter video, now it's like 2 videos you can't skip, 2 ads you can't skip, you
Mhm.
have to sit through the whole thing, and I'm like, "This is wild." Where
Yeah.
before, maybe 1 ad through a whole video, and you could skip it after the 10 seconds or the 5 seconds.
Mhm.
But now it's like, nope, you're forced to watch 2 full ads, and you can't skip them, and I'm like, "That's ridiculous." Or, those super long, like, sleep videos,
Mhm.
they're not necessarily timers. They'll tell you how long the video is in the
Mhm.
title, but it's not like a timer, and I started using those in 2020 for obvious reasons. But yeah, sometimes I just have trouble sleeping and those help. So I'll just put them on and it's soothing sounds or music and very chill visuals so the light doesn't bother me. And I'm like, I'm laying there 15 minutes, I'm slowly falling asleep, and then now there's a loud ass ad, and I'm like, what the heck?
No.
This this is not helping me sleep. This
Oh
is
my God.
wrong.
Nah, see what the
You can't
person
do
needs
that.
to do that organizes that is they need to go in and change the ad
Yeah,
settings. But it's kind of hard. But the only way really you can do is put an ad at the beginning and at the end
yeah,
because you can change
yeah,
placement of them. I think if it's over
yeah,
8 minutes, you can change placement. But yeah, that's what sucks though, because I think you can click through. I don't know. Sometimes you can click through
yeah,
and sometimes you can't. So I don't know what the determination of if you can click through or not based on where you put it. But things like that, you need to either unmonetize the video, which a lot of people
yeah,
don't want to do because you get
yeah.
paid for the ad thing, but you
Yeah,
need
I
to
think those
move the
people like doing
ads.
it for money.
So that
Yeah,
means every video you have to go through and manicure. That's what I call it, manicure, which
yeah,
is a chore. And if those people post a lot, which they
yeah.
probably have corporations or people that they hire to do that,
Yeah,
so they should.
those types of videos are definitely monetized. That's for money. Ain't nobody, filming a stream for 8 hours to post on YouTube,
Out of
to
the
help someone
goodness of their
sleep.
hearts.
But yeah. Or like it's just, showing how stuff has changed like on a for a booktube related situation. Like there's a lot of people who've been around long enough where like you could watch their longer videos without ads, and that's not
Yeah.
the case anymore. So they don't make the super long videos, and people are like, well, we missed this. And it's just like they can't afford to do that, or if they do it, you get a whole bunch of ads and people complain.
Yeah, yeah, and they click off, and then what's the
Yeah,
point? Yeah, I get you.
yeah.
But yeah,
So
they've definitely have increased the ads for sure. Even since I started, I noticed people have ads even on sprints because this is indeed a video.
yeah,
And I recognize it. I recognize it for what it is. I've been around booktubes, so I see a lot of people have the monetization. Some of it is the individual, a lot of it has to do with YouTube. So some things
yeah,
are within your control and some things you can't. And I've seen them do that,
exactly.
especially with my videos. As soon as I hit 1,000, it was like ad galore. And I was like, damn, it was like night and day from last week to this week. And I was trying to figure out how to
Wow.
control it. So I understand that. So I just let things kind of play out, you know.
Yeah.
But
And
yeah,
it's
it
not
just
something you
sucks.
can practice before you reach a certain level, and YouTube is like, "Okay, now we're gonna make money off your videos."
Yeah.
That doesn't mean you're making money off
Girl,
it.
exactly. They've been making money off of this one video I had because you don't get anything. Truthfully, okay, I know very few things, but I do know some stuff. Like if you reach
Mhm.
1,000 subscriber and the 4,000 watch hours, you
Yeah.
are eligible for monetization, which you have to turn on. But you have to
Yeah.
make at least $100 before they pay you out anything,
Yep.
and you're getting paid maybe pennies for I don't know how many watch hours or whatever, but it's going to be a minute. If it took me 3 years to get to 1,000 subscribers, I'm going to probably be at least 2 to 3 years. And
Mhm.
that's if I pull a rabbit out of my hat to somehow get $100 from
Yeah.
YouTube.
That's why it's
I'm not
like
worried about that. I just don't like my videos being compromised so much. That just irritated
yeah.
me. So I don't know. I just don't have time now to care. So, but when I do,
Yeah.
when everything kind of dies down, I'm hoping, and I have some time, I'm going to go through with the studio and just learn some more stuff. I just know that you can change ads. I
Yeah.
learned that on the fly during the sprint when I was freaking out about why I can't use a timer.
Yeah.
But yeah,
It's
it's a pain.
for the sprints, usually if there's an ad, it's like right as I click on it. As soon as
Mhm.
I click to join the live, it gives me an ad and I'm like, oh, okay. But sometimes we'll be in the middle of the sprint, like Brandy
Yeah, that happened on.
will
That's the
finish
first time
and
I
all of a
saw it
sudden
on Brandy's
I'm like,
sprints.
I'm deep in the book, everybody's chill, there's no sound, and all of a sudden there's an ad and people are talking and I'm like, what is going on?
Girl, I clicked off of the video thinking that somehow I clicked something and got off of her sprints. Because
Yeah.
that's what I was like, hold up, you could do a ad on somebody's sprint. I was like, where Brandy go? I came back and it is what it is. I let
I'm
it play out. I'm
like,
like, I hope
yeah.
she got $1 or something from that. That's what I thought. I let it
I
play
think
out
you
because
left
I
a
know how
comment
it
too,
is.
like, I hope you
There's
got the
nothing you
money.
can do. Yeah. And they make money. YouTube makes more money off of you way before they make it
Yeah.
even eligible for you to make $1. And
Yeah.
also for these big booktubers and these people's constantly swinging or slinging you to purchase something, I did learn this when I first started looking at booktube because they automatically start talking money stuff when you start looking at how to start a channel. um,
Mhm.
Different categories or topics of things make different amount of money when it comes to YouTube. So
Yep.
booktube, it takes a lot to make some money. So these big booktubers,
Yeah.
they be working. Okay, that's
Mhm.
why they're constantly getting promotions and things like that. And with Cindy actually broke it down a bit about
Mhm.
how this was a while back, I don't know about now, about
Mhm.
how much, like, she has to search for sponsors constantly, like every month or
Yeah.
something like that. So I don't know. Anyway, whatever. I don't want to get into all that. But yeah, it's a pain in the butt, but it's a fun time. I concentrate on the fun aspect of it.
Yeah. Same
Unless
here.
I'm making some money hand over fist, then I'm not going to worry about it too much and I'll take it as
Yeah.
something fun with a
See,
little
there's
music and editing.
th-
If I started
things,
making some big bank, then I'll probably be changing my
yeah.
attitude.
And it's not the same anymore. I know several booktubers who were doing this full time that are like they don't make the same amount of money anymore, so
Ooh.
they're finding a more traditional job.
I mean, I commend that they were actually being
Yeah.
able to support themselves full time just doing this. I
Mhm.
would never have ever considered I would
Yeah.
be able to do this. Uh, I'm not that
Yeah. I mean,
creative too of trying to
yeah.
find videos all the time of what to do just in hope that people, like, social media is fickle. Like, you love
Yeah.
me today and then I said something bogus, and then you're like, oh, she's canceled. I can't be having I got a mortgage to pay. I can't be
Mm.
putting that
You
based
can't be
off of that.
canceling my mortgage. I
Exactly.
can't
That I
cancel
look
my
cute enough
mortgage.
today.
You
No, she
can't
fixed
cancel.
her hair up. I like the longer hair versus the short hair. No, we ain't watching the
Yeah.
videos. I can't be having my money based off of that.
Oh no. Oh no.
Lighting was wrong. I thought she was lighter. I can't do that. I can't do that.
Oh no, I can't
No,
do
no,
that
girl.
either.
There's no
I
way. I
can't
have
do
to
that.
keep a job. That's why I haven't
Yeah,
been
I
here
guess
because I have to work for real
mm,
money.
exactly. Same here. There's I guess it's just like the economy is changing. So like stuff like memberships and Patreon are down across the board because people don't have the extra money to
Yeah,
to join. And then apparently YouTube and AdSense in general is not paying as much as it used to. And sponsors are not looking
yeah.
for YouTubers across the board as much as they were. So
Inflation, girl. It's money, money.
yeah, everything. I'm like these groceries. Oh my goodness.
Girl, I'd be like, you know what? Maybe I do need a diet. I can't afford that. Maybe I can lose some weight. I don't need that. That's the best way to get your grocery bill down. Go on a diet. No, but that
I'm
healthy
like,
food's expensive. I pay more for that than
yeah,
junk.
yeah.
Let me have a
And I
salad. I can
mean,
eat chips
on the other side
and
of
a
things, so
salad.
I live next door to a church and they have what are those things? Not a soup kitchen though. I think they have that
Like a
too.
food
But like
pantry.
yeah, and they do it a couple of times a week. And since I'm right next door, there was a line, right? Because the entrance is on the opposite side from my building. And so they would have to come up around the corner. But now, like Saturday mornings, especially, the line comes all the way around the corner, past the
Mm,
church, past my building.
that's so sad.
And, it's not
America.
that people are necessarily destitute or homeless, though we have two homeless shelters like a block away. Um, there's groceries are so expensive. People need to augment, their food with food pantries. I mean, that's what it's there for people who need. And if you need, but like that's, the other side to show.
Girl, the Dollar Tree is $1.25, $1.50, 3 and
Yeah,
5. That goes you show.
yeah. I'm just like
Five
everything is.
Below is really 25 and below.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
like I don't know what that was. I mean,
I'm just saying.
yeah. So I understand, but yeah, that's why some booktubers are like, can't do it anymore. We gotta get
Mhm.
another job.
All good things go to an end. Let's
Yeah,
see, Livio, definitely chips and chicken editing. Definitely, definitely. Sorry, y'all, we've been chatting, but we're going to do this sprint.
yeah,
You have to start somewhere. You can't come into this with a big audience. It takes, that's true. And you have to accept the consequence that if maybe you don't ever get the big audience, like take small wins with BookTube, okay? Small
yeah.
wins, okay?
I'm just
Um,
happy people will talk to me. So here we
That's
go.
true. That's true. That's true. And BookTube is going through an evolution in this day and age. And, I will throw that out there, controversial if y'all wish. When you're a person of color coming into this platform, it adds another dimension as well. And if you
Yep.
say that that's not added to it, then I think you're the Lulu. Okay. But that's I'm just saying there's a lot of aspects to it. So just enjoy your books. I've been told that by several people. Enjoy your books, concentrate on that, and let everything else go. Check your feelings at the door. Um, I'm like Courtney. I try to watch content from each of the subscriptions. Sometimes I pick one and just binge. Sometimes I choose a bit
Yeah.
of content I'm interested in and watch. Yeah, I do a little bit of that. I don't have like a specific like pattern. Besides, I
Yeah.
try to hit up the feed and kind of go down from there. But yeah, I'll do that. Especially if you have a few short videos, I may binge 3 or 4 of them in a row.
Yeah.
Um, get my content
I
in because
mean,
I don't know if you don't post a lot, I may not be back for a little bit.
I recently binged what's her channel? D Rochelle's like, and these were
Oh
from
yeah,
last October. She did like the black witches and black werewolves and
I
black
remember that one.
vampires and all that. And I just recently, because I put them on my watch later, but last year I just never got around to them, and I just binged a whole bunch of them last week. I was like, yes, finally.
Hey, you got to it. Sometimes some old videos that people have, they be hitting. Like I've talked to a few people that said they made some video that didn't do well, blah, 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 win. And all of a sudden it was like, bam, they started getting some hits on it. It's like, what happened? Mm. So because the tags for one creator might like the blogs on another.
Yep,
Yeah,
yep,
everybody
yep.
has different reasons for stuff. Like I even subscribe to people's channels that I know I'm not reading those books, not interested, but they're just a fun, like interesting time. And voice is nice too. Doing good, lazy Sunday. Those are always nice. Listen, Star Wars audiobook. There we go. Keita is a Star Wars fanatic. So if y'all are into Star Wars, make sure y'all check her out and engage. Okay.
I'm
Amy
getting
says I
back
watch
into it.
videos and I comment. Sometimes another start, have to go back, pause the video, keep going. I get you. I try to do it all at once, otherwise I forget. But if I'm
Yeah.
really in my booktube era, as some people say, I'll have like 3 or 4 tabs going and watching different videos. I have done that, or pause and come back. So yeah,
Yeah, and then some
sometimes I get
booktube
extra.
channels I watch like TV. I'm like, oh, they're coming out with their new vlog on Tuesdays. Some
Mm.
people are so consistent like that. Like this content on this day, or I'm posting Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, or that kind of thing. And I'm just like, that is not me. But I applaud the dedication, the consistency. I am impressed.
I get you on that one. I do. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not posting no schedule because no. I mean, if people care to track me, when I generally sprint unless something happens. I try to be
Yeah.
consistent, and then I have the one video like on the Saturday. But
Yeah.
I could be in times where I don't. Generally, that's my consistency. Anything I thought of that is I just don't have the time. I don't. And I don't know what the new year is going to bring. So I'm just like, let's just see what happens. But I do want to make Boot Camp Readathon happen, even if there's not dedicated sprints. I want at least a bingo card and just make it small. But last year, I think I did a good job with it. I wanted to expand, and all this move-in and job stuff came up, and it's just not within my
Yeah.
capability. But it'll happen in some form or another.
You just
I don't mind the
we'll
subscription
keep it up.
fluctuation. Which bugs me is YouTube taking views from the videos. For example, this morning I had 128 from the live, and now I have 128 is a lot. You know what?
Huh?
Sometimes they are incorrect because there was one day that YouTube was glitching and it said many people's videos had 14,000 views. And I know that wasn't right. And then 2 days later, it reverted. So it could just be an error.
So I've never heard of this from, no offense, a small YouTuber. Like I've heard about this from like celebrities. So especially musicians, their music videos, especially that first 24 hours when the new song comes out, and then all of a sudden the next day they're missing like a million or some like that. That's what I mean by big YouTubers. They're not YouTubers, but um big videos. I've never heard about this, smaller things, but the excuse that YouTube gives, or the reasoning that YouTube gives for this, is that the the numbers at first are always going to be inflated on views, and then they have to go back in and correct it. Some people, again, this is like from celebrity music video type stuff, and it's like, oh, people watching on multiple devices at the same time, because you know how some fandoms get, it's like, oh, we have to reach such and such, and they kind of um remove those people. And I think they also remove people who just go in and click and then leave again right away, like that 30 seconds or 1 minute, and they don't watch the full thing. So I don't know how much that translates over to like regular YouTubers with a smaller platform or followers or whatever. But that's the reasoning that YouTube gives for like music videos losing millions of uh views in within a day or so, or even a week.
I feel like it's a pain in the patukas, and I try not to understand it or not understand that. I try not to get too much into weeds with it because I would just be upset and frustrated and all that stuff, and it drives me nuts. I don't know.
28 is a lot to lose, though. I'm like, I don't know what that's
That
like.
is, but you know what? I think of it this way, right? Um, sprints. I mean, I don't know. I don't get a whole lot of views on mine, so I don't. I'm not speaking from a lot of experience on it, but sprints not a big deal. Because I don't know. I think I'll go on a limb and say the average person isn't probably rewatching, 4 or 5 hours of a sprint or something like that, right? But for a video, to me, I would have a bigger issue if for some reason I got to 128 and then they're like, "Oh, we're going to take that away," you know. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, you should definitely ask them, Dee, like write to YouTube and say, like, can you explain why this is happening?
Give me my
I'm
stuff back.
sure they got a reason. Even if it's just like, well, there's some people who just pop in and leave, then we'll know like that doesn't help.
I mean, it's still a view though. That's the thing. According to YouTube's algorithm, unless it's changed, um,
Maybe it
30
has.
seconds is a view. So if you stayed on 30 seconds, that's why views mean something, but not really. Because
Yeah.
if I have 200 people, 200 views, that means 200 people watch my video for 30 seconds. Does that mean they watched it all the way through? No. So how really successful is it? It's just an indicator of people's interest.
Yeah.
But you shouldn't take it away unless there's somehow I came in 30 seconds left, then I came back an hour, came in 30 seconds. Okay, maybe they're correcting for that. So I would be curious because it's the same, what do they call it, the IP address. I know they have something to do with that. If the same IP address keeps like logging in, it's kind of,
Yeah, that's what I was saying. The
yeah.
people with who will watch stuff on multiple devices. I'm like, that's all the same IP address. You've got your
Yeah.
laptop and your phone watching a music video, one's muted or both are muted.
Wouldn't it be two different IP addresses though?
I don't know.
I
think
mean,
it
they're
would
two
be
different
one.
devices, But I can see if that same computer keeps going in on the same phone. So
Hmm.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Maybe I'm confusing
But I'd be
things.
curious
But
to know. I haven't really paid attention to the numbers for any videos where things like that have happened. I just looked at like the drastic, like it's definitely error. You said it was 14,000 views
yeah.
on my video. Like
Mhm.
that's definitely an error. I'm just going to wait for you to correct it. you
It's
know?
like suddenly I get a $14,000 deposit in my bank, and I'm like, I want to spend this, but I know this ain't my
Yeah,
money.
exactly. Don't be getting my hopes up, man. Messing with my feelings. Joanne says working on project, sugar and spice and everything nice. Okay.
JK, do you have a book out already? Like
Oh,
published?
she's working on a revision
I
outline.
feel like I might have asked this before, but I can't remember.
Let us know. Let us know if you have a book out so we can go take a look. Amy
I
sometimes
can.
leaves an emoji. I started doing that lately because sometimes you ever have a video where it's like so many things you just keep seeing that you want to comment on. At some point, I just run out of things, so I just leave it at what I already commented on and call it a day. Or
Yeah.
sometimes, like if I'm busy and you're in the background and it's running and stuff, but I did listen to the video, I'll just leave an emoji. Sometimes I'll be forgetting. Like if you say something at the beginning and I didn't make a comment, then I'd be like, it was
Mhm.
something at the beginning of the video they said. And I'd be like, emoji. Can't remember. Cute romance story. I love
It
bakery or
does. It
chef
does.
romance. That ought to be cute. Monetize, you can remove ads completely or just remove some of them. Yes, you can. The monetary aspect goes away though if they're not playing ads on your thing. So everybody likes some dollars. How much that equates to, I don't know. So I'll leave at least one or two on there. But the timer thing pisses me off because I don't want it to interfere with the utilization of the timer, which even I'm probably the only one using it, but I want to use it. So I just
I
move them
mean,
to a
we
portion
we
that's
should just
not being used.
we should just say the quiet part out loud. YouTube just wants their money for your long videos because people will use timers. People will watch, like I do, those sleep videos
Uh-huh.
or the lo-fi videos and that kind of thing, and just have them on. Those people should be making money hand over fist
I don't
for
get
these.
why they would
But
put
I
that in
feel
the
like
middle of it. That's weird.
because YouTube wants its money,
Yeah,
and
they do that.
so
Yep. That's
we
true.
need to
Just like
start
on our
having
videos, they just place
campaigns.
them on there. You have no way to even say no.
Yeah,
Hmm.
so
Bakery Friends to Lovers novella title Culinary Confessions. There we go. Culinary
oh,
Confessions from
there
a
you
Place.
go. JK, is that the only way to purchase it? Is there a way to do it directly? I'm asking because there are Herkid prompts about indie authors and purchasing from them directly. And I have no problem doing that, not using Amazon if there is a way. If there isn't, that's fine too.
Let
I'll
us know.
purchase
Let
on
us
Amazon.
know. Oh, okay. Sugar Spices, second one in the series. So you got a whole series coming up. When is this book coming out? Food and romance. There we go. Right. Do them together. Oh, gotta have a third book in the mix. Okay. Slide into my DM. There we go. oh, oh my
Why
God.
why am I sliding? I mean, I will slide into your DM, DG. But why am I doing that? We talked about so many different things I don't remember.
DD's like, just message me. We'll figure it out. I will check them out. Okay, awesome.
Definitely. Me too.
IG. Well, there we go. Next year. Next year. Okay.
Sometime next year.
IG. There we go. You can find JK and figure it out there. Check out next year. Culinary Confection scene. So check it out. You get them together. Good Christmas start. Low. I have a Ko-fi page that focuses on newsletter. I put food photography in. Ooh, food porn. Love
No,
it.
that would
And
just
align
make
with
me
my author
happy.
brand.
I'm not subscribed into your newsletter, girl.
There we go. There we
I
go.
don't want more things to make me hungry.
I know, right? And it's cohesive. I like that. Dee says, from understanding, it's the creator that determines if the ad is skippable or not. Not some opt out as they obviously want the monetization or don't opt out. Yes. Yeah, like for my longer format videos, I deleted half the ads because literally, I'm telling you, it was an ad like every 3 minutes. Okay, some even less. What I did was I deleted half the ads
Unwatchable.
and then drew them all the way to the beginning of the video. So that's why my sprints, when I use my timer, are 45 minutes because all of the ads are prior to the 45-minute mark. So they're in the first 15
Mm.
minutes of the video. So that's how you get. So if y'all
Mm.
notice, let me know if I'm ever using one of these timers and you notice an ad pop up. Let me know because it should not, because I moved them. The ones that I didn't adjust, I don't use at all anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, YouTube's a hater. Messaging, there we go. Got it together. Got to edit a video, so won't make the next chat. Thanks for Sprint. Thank you very much for coming by, Nicole. We are going to do the next sprint shortly. Small wins, definitely, definitely. YouTube penalizes you for taking breaks. I took a long hiatus recently and I won't be back until 2025. I know my child is going to take a hit. I needed this break from my mental. Exactly. I agree. I
Yeah.
agree. Some people don't post in the month of December too. I've seen a few booktubers say that so they can just take a break, But these are bigger people, so I don't know how much of a hit, but
Yeah.
they do that. That's the reason why I queue. Not necessarily that. I just like the idea of being consistent, but I do take into account the algorithm. But I just think it's a pain. I don't think it really applies to me as much. But I just queue a video, so even if I'm not doing much, but even if it's a small one, like I'll just do a short or something if I'm not going to do a long video. I got like 3 of those on my phone.
Mm-hmm.
The losing views on lives has been happening since I started in a significant amount. I don't mind a handful, it makes sense, but occasion 50%. I have no idea. It could be
Wow.
because you're streaming from an excess software and then YouTube needs to kind of tabulate and do their little algorithm sketchy math. No idea.
Wow.
Reasoning was bots. Oh, if you view on your own you video, which is why I stopped going back to do the timestamps and update the description with the books. Oh, oh
Mm.
yeah. Yeah, I don't really do timestamps on sprints. I just leave it there. I'll go back and change the thumbnail because I don't like restream showing. But other than that, I don't, yeah. I think I've only updated timestamps like twice, like when I did some tags. But other than that, yeah, that's interesting. So they're just trying to correct for things to make sure no sketchy stuff up.
Yes.
Hey, Ulysses, how are you doing? Hello, hello. We have gotten to the end, y'all.
Welcome.
Kita said,
Yeah,
Ulysses.
I think that was the last comment. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, let's do this timer so we can get out of here. My goal is to be out of here by 1. So rock on. Do I have this here? Oh, blood at the root. There we go. I've heard good
Yeah, I'm gonna
things.
start now. Finally.
Well, I'm going to
I've
be
had this one.
packing and probably getting some more tea or something. So I definitely won't be reading. What happened? Hold up. I did something wrong. Let me share. I need to experiment with this restream so I can see what they up to that I haven't been able to figure out. All right, that works. Okay, y'all. Happy reading. Happy reading. See you in 45. There we go. Okay, that was the sprint. How did you do?
Hey, I got 30 pages into Blood at the Root. Well, I just started it.
I like that
Not
cover.
gonna lie. I was falling asleep at first. Oh my god.
What happened?
Okay. No, someone's engine just started revving right outside my window.
Oh.
Um, yeah. I was a little thrown off by the language, but
Say that again.
I said I was a little thrown off by the language, but I think I've gotten used to it.
What's up with the language?
No, it's a lot of southern slang.
Oh, okay, I get
It's,
you.
it just
Yeah,
took me a
once you get
second.
into it, it'll probably even out.
I think a lot of stuff I'm used to hearing but not reading, and so it's like my brain is like, what am I looking at? But yeah.
Well, I didn't get any reading done for sure, but I got some headway. Still got a lot to do today. But make it happen. Slow baby steps. That's how it is when you're going through some stuff. Oh,
Yes.
that's about it. Let's see where we are in the chat. Kiva says hi to Alyssy. So is everyone else. Saying hello, hello, hello. Alyssy says hi to Mel and to Dee Dee. Oh, did I? Oh, I thought I cut her off. Okay, I think we lost Lachette. So I think she'll come back shortly. Well, how did everyone do with their reading? There we go. I was like, did I hit a button?
No, I was trying to scroll in the comments and I accidentally refreshed the whole page. I was like, oh
Oh.
god, no.
Oh, look at that. You like this
Yeah.
layout? I just realized that one.
Yeah. I think that's what Kita uses.
That's interesting, but then let's see. Oh, okay. So instead of reading, okay, so if you click, then it goes through. Okay. I kind of
Yeah.
like that layout a little bit.
Yeah. So a lot of streamers, like gamers, they just
Mhm.
have the comments on the screen like that, so they don't usually highlight them.
Yeah. If they're yeah, I guess because you can be anywhere in the chat. You just got to keep track of where you're at. That's the reason I highlight them because you know how
Yeah.
sometimes you get to scrolling or you move the mouse or whatnot, and you're like, oh, where was I? At least it kind of highlights the box if you click on it. So
Yeah.
I do kind of like this though. If you don't have like too many things going on, it's a good little layout there. So
Mm-hmm.
anyway, that's pretty. Okay, I'm always trying new stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Kiana, how are you doing? See, I just clicked on that again. That was
Yeah.
our last sprint. So we're going to be getting off here and go do some other things with our
Yeah.
day. What do you have planned for the day, content wise, whatnot?
Um, content wise, I mean, I hope to edit a video. That's my one thing. I have lots of stuff filmed. I just don't have anything edited. So yeah, I hope to edit a video. I'll probably change my clothes because I feel cold now. But that might just be it's lunchtime. I need to eat, and my blood sugar has dropped. Um, yeah, we were talking about laundry earlier. I need to wash clothes, so I need to put stuff in separate, put them in bag, separated, so I can just go in the morning. That's the one thing I love about working from home.
Mhm.
There are certain things that I know a lot of people do on the weekends or in the evenings because that's the only time they have. But I could do them on a weekday when everybody's at work and there's less people around, so I could take my time. There's no rush. And the laundry is one of those things. I'm like doing that on the weekend now, even when I have time. Like I could do it today, but I'm like, no, I'll do it tomorrow because I know there'll be less people in the laundromat tomorrow.
That's true. That's true. You're not working around like other people. Like, especially when you have a laundromat that you share, going on that off time is so much better because you gotta navigate and duck and weave other people. when it's best
Yeah,
for them. Well, yeah.
that and grocery shopping I do on a weekday at like 10, 11. So like everyone has gone where they're going to go, and I don't have to worry about being in people's way or people being in my way.
I agree. I completely agree. That is always the plan. That's what I like to do. Grocery store. That's what I like about working, not working every day,
Yeah.
is that I can plan on off times to go when other people, are not. Because I'm not one of those that go at night. Like some people go like past 8 o'clock at night, something like that. Because you don't really have a lot of people up in the grocery store like 8, 9 o'clock
Yeah.
at night. But I'd rather be home. So during the day is where it's at.
Mhm.
And then you got to really catch it because you got to be like before 3 because some people get off early and then you're in that traffic.
Yeah.
So got to plan
Or
it.
if you have to travel a distance for groceries,
Yeah.
like then 3 o'clock is when all the school buses are on the road now at
Yep.
these, and I'm like, oh Jesus.
Like,
So
I just want some food and go home.
it's a Tuesday. I have to set up. I'm trying to remind myself since you asked me what am I doing today. Nothing like I have to do, but I should do. I have a gift exchange I should set up so that people could take advantage of sales.
It's always a
There's a
good
group of
deal.
friends. We do like a Elfster, where it like picks the names for you, and then you could just make a wish list, and people can pick from that. So I should set that up, and I think I should message my cousin. But yeah, a
Fun.
pretty chill day. Maybe I'll clean some of these books now that I looked up how to do that.
You're like, the chore.
Yeah,
Maybe you can get like a duster or something like that. So you don't have to do
yeah,
each individual. Or a vacuum, just go on top or something.
yeah.
Yeah.
There's I forget what it's called, a vacuum attachment.
Yep.
That's pretty small. That I saw some people use, and some people also, when it's not too bad and it's just like a light dust, they'll buy one of those big makeup brushes, like the blush one, and use that. Just
Yep.
have that
That's a
one
good idea.
specifically for dusting off the books. I don't know if I want to use that or not because I think that'll just push the dust into the air. I don't need that dust.
Exactly. That's why I don't use dusters anymore, like them feather dusters. I use I normally use like a reusable paper towel or like an old rag or some old clothes I'm gonna throw away.
Yeah,
And I have a little bucket, so I make it damp and wet and then physically wipe. It works so much easier than all
yeah.
the other stuff, and it's not in the air. Mm.
Those microfiber cloths I
Yep,
saw.
yep, those two, yep.
Yeah.
Let's see. Kiana said she was. Ooh, where am I at? See, I'm already getting messed up on here. Okay. Kiana showed up earlier but fell asleep. I get it. You're a few hours earlier too. So catch the next one. Awesome. Hope to see you there. Lacey's saying hi to Kiana. And Amy was looking on Amazon for some food romance for Miss Joanne's book. Hopefully you found it. And Alyssa said used to go at midnight or 5 a.m. Also, good times. Just make sure you check, make sure they're open. But yes, that
Yeah.
is definitely a good time. A lot of times they stock the shelves too. So you get to catch things like right when they just put them out there. So as long as you don't annoy the employees, I do think that is the best one of the good times to go if you're already up. No traffic on the road. Just be safe and
Mhm.
diligent. That's about it. Keep your eyes open. So I understand all that. So okay, y'all, we're gonna get out of here. Kiana said hi to Ulysses, by the way, but we're gonna get out of here, get on with our days. I'm sure I will see you in some sprints. Like I said earlier, the computer will be up most of the day. I may not be chatting, but I am there. I'm not sure who is sprinting now. I know Alicia was sprinting earlier. I popped in. Princess is normally a culprit in sprinting on Sunday. I'm not sure if that's happening. Miss Wedding and all. So let me see
Oh,
if I can point you in the right direction. Or y'all can point me. Let's see. Just
I
quickness.
I haven't even turned on my phone today yet, so I can't tell.
I see Read
Um,
with Dr. B. You got Vanessa. She is sprinting
oh
host
yeah,
to pros. And why is that the only thing that's coming? Oh, Coda is sprinting. Why do I forget? Net Galley sprints. Coda is on. Duh. What else we got? That's the only two I got. Yeah, okay, a three I got them. Oh, nope, here they go. I hit the wrong thing. So we have Vanessa reading with Dr. B. You got Alicia with Books and Things with Alicia. Of course, you got Net Galley Sprints on the screen. I see Miss Dee Dee. How you doing, girl? I see Jess with this Kiwi and Coda. I would love to be part of that trio, but I got too many things to do, so I can't be on camera. You also have Katie with I Would Be Reading, Rather Be Reading, and Barbara with Bookworm Wanderer. And at 2 p.m., you're going to have Princess for her birthday's on Friday, so she's celebrating early. So you got tons of options. Oh my God, so many options. Okay,
they stay
figure
the
it out.
same.
Y'all figure it out. Wealth of options. I'm sure I'll see y'all in a combination of all or whatnot. So
Yeah.
anyway, let's get out of here. Thank y'all all for attending. Always a good time as per usual. Thank you very much to Lachette for coming on in and doing the
Thanks
co-host
for
thing and
having
all
me.
that stuff and tolerating everything. So good to go.
Bye, guys.
Anything else for the order? Nah.
Mm-mm.
Okay. Let me see. See, I can't do all these outro things going